lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Welcome everybody to another day of the BSL, and joining me is the one and only. It is Doc Holiday. What's up, man?
Oh, nothing. No, yeah, I was totally on time and everything. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You know, I called you a moment ago. Did you get the?
Is that who was calling?
That's
me?
who. That was
why
me,
I got
man.
Up.
Yeah.
So none of my alarms went off. So I was like, why am I getting a spam call?
Yeah, I left a message. I was like, Doc effing Holiday, it's Nyokin. We're waiting for you at BSL. I'm guessing you're sleeping right now.
Who gave you my number? Did you get from Eric?
Boss Bates, you coming in the clutch, man.
Nice. All right. Cool. Yeah, dude, I'm so excited to be here too, man. I had such a long week, and I was just like, man, I want to do something fun this weekend. And then all of a sudden, you know, I got hit up by Zero, and I was like, yes. So it's time, man. And you know what? It really is time, because look at our players today. This is gonna be great. We have 3 Zergs. 3 of the best Zergs.
I know. I was looking at the group. I was like, this is the dream group
for
Doc Holiday.
The dream group.
We know you like Ling Man. And there could definitely be Ling Man in Zerg versus Zerg for sure.
Oh, yeah. Although, to be fair, I don't like seeing Zergs get slaughtered, and we do have Dewalt in the group. So it is a little scary. This is a very high risk, high reward for me to be here.
Yeah, Dewalt versus Sziky is probably the match of the day, and they're going to be facing off instantly. You can see on the bottom side of the bracket, but our first match is going to be Hawk versus Ptak. We already saw Hawk just obliterate in the NA championship. I think he actually played Zerg versus Protoss the entire way through, and he won, I think, every single game. But this is ZVZ, where it's definitely more volatile, and he's going to be going up against Ptak here, who, as you can see, he does well. He's got, what, 4-time WCG gold medalist in Croatia. And it is ZVZ, which we know can be very deadly for both sides, so Hawk is going to need to be careful.
Oh yeah, certainly, you know. If you sneeze at the wrong moment, or a little piece of dust gets in your eye, just the wrong second, you just go to rub your eye real quick, and then the Zerglings try to get in, and your Lings try to run down the ramp. Oh, it's all over. Okay. You just go next after that. But Butter's going to be a good map to be pretty stable on, I think. There's no really insane map features in it. Since it's a 2-player map, like, people are going to open conservative. No one's going to be running with, well, my assumption is no one's going to be doing any kind of really crazy trying to get away with, you know, like I doubt we'll see a 12 hatch, for example. So I certainly think this will be a good map to get started on, and just kind of see how these players match up.
I agree, and we are ready. So let's get into game 1 of our series. It's Hawk versus Ptak on Butter.
Super micro, keeper Gosu, excellent skill, very talented super Gosu player Zero, just Bobby, super Gosu BSL player.
In the top right,
should be lucky.
We've got Hawk, and at the top left of that corner, Zero was not happy with his game.
Alrighty, guys, and in the bottom right-hand corner, in the blue, we have Ptak.
Alright. Well, I think you're right. We haven't seen a lot of 12 hatches in Zerg versus Zerg. I think the majority of the games that I remember from Sziky, we saw him open with 9 pool or over pool almost every single game. However, Butter, I mean, it is a little bit, it is slightly longer rush positions, and we do see actually this is going to be a 12 pool from Ptak. Meanwhile, this is over pool gas from Hawk.
Well, I mean, I don't hate the 12 hatch. The only issue is that it can be a big risk, you know, especially in high level ZVZ where everyone's super comfortable with all play styles. I mean, sure, you get an advantage like against one build order when you go against it, but every other build order is so hard to hold your natural expansion. So not a I would say not a surprised to not see it, especially on a 2-player map like Butter.
Yeah, like you said, since it is a 2-player map, if you get 9 pooled, it's going to be really hard to hold. So no shocker to see neither player going for the 12 hatch, but we do see Ptak with the 12 pool following it up with a hatchery afterwards. And Lair has already started for Sziky. Meanwhile, not even 100 gas mine for Ptak just yet. So this Lair is going to be quite far ahead of Ptak's. However, he of course is going to have larva advantage. He's going to be able to produce a lot of lings. And for now, Sziky doesn't know, but that Overlord scout or not Sziky, Hawk, that scout pattern going straight to the natural, and he is going to confirm that this should be a 12 pool into 12 hatch timing.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really nice early ling speed that Hawk can potentially make some use out of. But the real timing is going to be when the Spire comes down here. Hawk is still just you know, going to be powering straight towards that Spire timing, and getting the early mutas out is going to be kind of like his big window for damage here. Now, it's very nice that Ptak is bringing up a couple of drones here to kind of respect the potential for a run by with the faster speed, since he has, you know, is not going to be prepared for it. But he's got a whole lot of Zerglings here. And I don't feel like the, okay, or 2 lings are going to get in here. I was going to say I didn't think the drones were necessary, because that's such a huge amount of early economy sacrifice. But 2 lings in the main, this is going to be potentially a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, and Hawk attacking the natural at the same time, but he backs off because there's simply too many lings right now. But you can see speed is kicked in for Ptak, and if he loses, or if Hawk loses these 2 lings in the main, and those 2 lings he just lost outside of the natural, that's 4 lings, which do add up in ZVZ. Look at these 2 lings survive, though, and they're going to rack up a drone kill. Can he get another one? Either way, that was a good trade, but Hawk does have to turn around, and now he's going to try and set up that arc to defend this counterattack from Ptak. Oh, there's a gap.
Yeah, this is so spooky. Hawk not having enough time to get his units in position here. Now, his lings are going to reposition faster, so they are more efficient just by virtue of having that speed. But man, that was super close on the timing for those reinforcing lings before the before the blue Zerglings kind of ran in here for Ptak and did some damage.
Yeah, look at that supply. Massive supply advantage for Ptak right now, but as you can see, he didn't even start his lair. He doesn't really have that many lings overall, but he's got a decent drone count. That's where a lot of the supply is, but of course, Hawk having that advantage in the tech. The evolution chamber just started. Is this going to be in time for the mutas that are incoming?
I have a feeling that it is not going to be. So what Ptak is going to need to do is push out onto the map with his lings to force the mutas to try and shoot Ptak's lings, since he has a significant ling advantage here. It looks like, though, instead, Hawk is going to opt to take the free Overlord in the main, and so that will delay for enough time here.
Yeah, that's a big block, and I think he knows where the second Overlord is, so he's going to get 2 Overlords for free.
It's pretty big, although the ling...
Yeah.
I was going to say the ling count is very, very low right now for Hawk. Ptak has a pretty significant number here.
Yeah, and Ptak, he is moving out. Now, remember, he's supply blocked, so if he loses these lings, he could be in trouble. But at the same time, he knows where all the mutas are. He knows that they're out of position. So this is a big counterattack. This is a lot of lings, too. He may be able to deny this hatchery. Also, the Spire is exposed, but he's opted to try and take down the hatch, and he's not going to be able to get it.
Okay, that's huge, yeah. See, the big risk was just having his hatchery delayed. There is a sunken in the main, so wasn't going to be like at a risk of losing too many drones or anything like that. He could have gotten the Spire, potentially, if he just focused it down like you had mentioned. But overall, that was pretty nice for Hawk. In the meantime, though, Ptak is really securing his ability to just kind of macro up. He's got multiple spore crawlers in his, I would assume, his main and his natural expansion here. The natural expansion is sort of annoying in that you can still kind of attack it because there's not a great place for spores that can really just stop all of the mutas from flying in. But, you know, I mean, he's definitely getting set up. He's going to be able to power drones pretty hard. And if he keeps those links active, Hawk is not going to be able to come over to the other side of the map.
Yeah, there is a handful of links trying to find an opening at the natural. Not able to, though. The mutas have done a good job. And we see that Hawk is putting down a third hatch. You can see that Spire for Ptak is about to finish, but his gas count is way lower than the total gas mined for Hawk. So he's still at a deficit here. I have to say, almost every time I've seen a Zerg in Hawk's position versus the position of Ptak, it doesn't seem like the person that went for spores can ever recover, but maybe Ptak can make something happen. But being down gas, I'm really liking Hawk's position overall.
Yeah, that's one of the funniest things about ZVZ, in my opinion, is like, you just can't catch up on gas unless you somehow get a extractor over somebody. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have an additional extractor somehow, and if you can't delay that second extractor at the natural expansion, then you're never gonna catch up in the air fight. So no matter how many additional drones you have, you know, no matter how many extra minerals you have, it doesn't make that big of a difference in the Muta and Scourge fight in the mid game here. So as long as there isn't, like, you don't get enough free minerals to just be able to throw down like a hidden base, it almost makes no difference. Now, the one thing that's going to be really impactful right now, though, is when you do have the spores, that allows Ptak to be significantly more aggressive on the other side of the map. He doesn't need to manage his vision anywhere near as much as Hawk needs to be able to pay attention to that, because, you know, if like a group of mutas, you know, flies into the natural expansion, they're still going to have to contend with the two spores there. So the all-in potential for Ptak, if he makes a really good, you know, split-second call, may be something that he can use to his advantage.
And you can see that's why Hawk is just patrolling back and forth, because he is aware that he's more vulnerable. We do see a Scourge going to be sent out, try and get a gauge of what's going on, but okay, I thought he was just going to suicide in that spore, but not the case. Okay, take that back, goodbye. Doesn't really see anything, and we do finally have Ptak banking up his Mutalis. I wonder if anybody has started +1 armor, because that's just such a massive upgrade in ZVZ. It looks like neither player has it just yet, but Hawk, he's starting to run away with it. He's up 57 to 48 supply, which is a big deal in ZVZ. Now, if you're Ptak here, and you can never catch up in gas, right? Does that mean you're like obligated to go Hydras or like Queen or like Hive Tech or something? Because how's he ever going to win an air battle?
I know a whole lot of people would say that. I don't know what the option is. It's such a tough place to be in. I know that with that extra bit of you know, money that he has from the extra drones, and he's got the additional hatchery, what he can potentially do is, you know, build up a wing army as well with just a couple extra minerals and a couple of extra larvae that you're getting from the hatchery, and use that to kind of keep Hawk sort of back and off of a third for forever, and maybe eventually he can try and sneak a third or something like that. But yeah, the big problem is the air battle is essentially unwinnable. This is interesting. I like the idea of the Queen's Nest. A gigantic ensnare out of nowhere could be just the thing that he might need in order to win. If you consider, you know, half the mutas or whatever on their way out as well, they just get stuck and they can't fly away. So maybe there's some potential for that. It's definitely a good move. And, you know, if this game goes long enough, yeah, there's always the Hive.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for Zerg once we do get the Hive Tech. You've got Ensnare, like you said. You've got Devourers. You've got Plague. And this might be a denied hatchery because Ptak finds it instantly, so that's a nice catch. Oh, he does not deny it.
We do have to remember, though, that Hawk's only ability to defend is kind of 100% contingent on his mutas right now. So if these mutas engage at that third, the Lings on the left side of the map could always run in and do a devastating amount of damage to the drone line. Looks like we're finally getting a initial sunken colony here. I'm wondering if that's going to be a sunken or a spore. From the positioning, looks like a sunken.
Yeah, probably a sunken. Yep, there it is. So he heard you, man. He's like, I got to get some defense over here in case there is the counterattack. And we do have +1 armor for both players, and this is going to be Hive. So, as I stated, you've got two options here, Devour or Defiler. I think I was watching Zero stream the other day where I saw a burrowed Defiler plague some mutas. And I don't know if you know this, Doc Holiday, but Plague doesn't care what your armor upgrades are. You're going to 1 health regardless.
Oh yeah, I'm well aware. And here's the thing too. I definitely feel that Defiler is 100% the way to go for a number of reasons. One, just because, again, with well, you don't even necessarily need Burrow, but the reaction time that it's going to take to see the Defiler and then turn around and not get plagued is insane. But I just feel like Devour is a good unit, but they're so much slower than Mutalists. It becomes very difficult to leverage your Devours if your opponent is still just being very agile and making Mutalists and just running around them. So hopefully Defiler is what we see here. Maybe like 1 or 2 Devours, very strong. Their acid spores make your glaives do an insane amount of damage, but they are significantly more difficult to use.
Yep, so it is going to be Devours, not going to be the Defiler that we were both wanting. But yeah, if you can get even just a couple of Devours, I mean, they do... They don't deal a lot of damage themselves. It's the acid spores that deal all the damage. Okay, we have a +2 armor power spike. And this is actually the perfect timing for Hawk. He's going to hit before Greater Spire kicks in. There's not an overwhelming amount of spores here, and he has an overwhelming amount of mutas because right now Ptak is banking his resources trying to go into that Devour morph. Now, can he find the Spire? He's looking for it. He still doesn't know if this is Hive or what this is right now. He's going to find it, and he's going to pounce on these spores. This is probably going to be the one big fight of the game. Both players engaging. There's just so many more mutas for Hawk, and he has the +2 armor. I feel like Ptak just barely is going to miss his window.
Yeah, this is such an insane timing right now.
Oh my god. Look how many are left over!
Oh my god.
Lord. Well, Doc Holly, we were hoping to get a Hive game, and we technically got it, but in the end, Hawk strikes right before all the tech kicks in.
That is absolutely nuts, the timing that he just hit. Completely. If there was like 3-4 Devours there, that fight is essentially, the muta count's essentially doubled. You know what I mean? When you get to max acid spore stacks, the glaives hit 3 times for almost the same amount of damage. It's insane. Like it's not even doubled. It's more like tripled. Because even the last hit does like 10 damage for the glaive or something crazy when you have attack upgrades. It is absolutely nuts. So I cannot believe the timing that he just hit at.
Yeah, we did see the +2 armor power spike kick in, obviously, but Hawk, I mean, he didn't have any intel. He didn't know it was Hive. He didn't know it was Greater Spire coming. I guess he kind of figured some type of tech had to be coming because, hey man, you're not taking a 3rd base. I know you're down gas. You must be teching. And he struck literally, he probably had like a 30-second window to attack, and he hit at the right moment. So well done from him, and that means he secures game 1. But now,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, it's just so crazy. Yeah, it was a tiny window, and he didn't have any information, so it's not like there was like an informed timing. He just, I think he got to a certain point where he's like, I have a ton of mass. I don't know if there's anything that I need to worry about, but certainly soon something is going to happen. So he just decides to pull the trigger, and the Greater Spire is currently morphing at the time that he gets there. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it was really impeccable timing from Hawk, and he gets game 1 on the board, which is crucial here. I also have to point out the way BSL is set up this season. Top 3 from the group make it into the next round. So if Hawk gets 1 more win here, automatically he's in the top 3. So it is imperative that he wins here if he wants to be guaranteed to move into the next round. And of course, Ptak does not want to be put into that elimination match, because do you see who's in the bottom side? It doesn't even matter who comes out of the bottom side. You don't want to be playing either of them.
That is true. But we're basically at that point. you know, in the tournament, right? Like, you pretty much don't want to see anyone that you have to play against at this point. But definitely some two scary contenders to have to go against to fight for your life if you don't win this one.
And we're getting a look at the profile stats. As you can see, Ptak bouncing between Ghost League and Pro League, and making it into the Pro League this time and making it into the round of 16 is a big deal. So he's definitely improved compared to previous seasons. Meanwhile, Hawk consistently in the Pro League kind of bounces out sometimes early, sometimes goes pretty far. You can see the top 8 in season 13, so he's looking to improve on that. And he's got a good shot. He's done really well in Zerg versus Protoss. We know Zerg versus Terran he doesn't have to worry about because Terran doesn't exist. And his ZVZ,
they really don't.
Solid too. I know they don't, man. There's like 3 this season. Me, Terror, Dandy. Oh, Dandy's gone actually, so it's not. I don't even know how many are left. But our second map is ready. Vermeer. Let's get into game 2. Find out if Hawk can close it out.
Let's go.
Right in the top right, up 1-0. It is Hawk.
All right, and bottom right corner, we do have Ptak.
All right, well, you're talking, you don't think we're going to see 12 hatch on Butter. It's a 2-player map. What about Vermeer? You like 12 hatch more on 4-player maps, or you still think we're going to see something like a 9-pool overpool?
I like 12 hatch a lot more on 4-player maps. It's still a huge risk, but it's, you know, significantly safer. And I think when you're a tournament player, you need to really consider the fact that, especially if you're up a game, in ZVZ, in a matchup that's so volatile, you know, it may be worth the potential risk just to get that extra, I don't want to say free kill, but to get that significant advantage in a game when you're already up a game.
Yeah, we may see it from Hawk. We do see both players, I think, have built an Overlord. Yeah, they both have built an Overlord, so we do have potential to see a 12 hatch opening. Remember, we saw Ptak open 12 pool last game. I don't think he'll go for that again, and it is going to be Hawk going for overpool gas, and we saw this was the exact same build as last game.
This is shown to be really popular with a lot of high-level players. I really like the additional, what is it, like 200 gas that you get or something like that? I'm pretty sure it's 200 gas. But you basically just get 2 free mutas worth of gas. And it seems to just really make the difference in the 1 base versus 1 base builds. And it still has the, you know, the follow through, so that way you can go to get your natural expansion and continue to play through it. Unlike when you're playing on kind of like a 9 full speed, where it's much more difficult to build up that additional mineral bank. So it just seems like such a versatile build order and does really well versus the huge variety of builds that you normally see in the early game.
Well, speaking of variety, we don't have any variety from either of the players because it's 12 pool from Ptak and the overpool, as you stated again, from Hawk, and we've got the follow-up hatchery coming in. Hawk got lucky with the scout pattern, so he knows exactly what this is. We do see that the lair has already started for Hawk. Literally everything is identical, so he's going to have a massive lair timing advantage, and this time around, Hawk even has the ramp, so even if he has a lower lane count, he will be able to trade more effectively here. So he may even have better econ than he did last game. He may be able to climb back even faster than he did compared to last game. And I do see Ptak only mining with 2 on gas.
Yeah, 2 on gas is a little... I mean, I don't want to say it's crazy or anything like that, because he's just delaying his Spire by a little bit. But it is a little perplexing considering that the whole issue last game was that he was behind on gas, and that was why he was essentially unable to win the air fight.
Yeah, I think Ptak is aware of that, so I'm sure he'll try and ramp up his nat gas a little bit faster this time around. So far, remember, he hasn't taken any ling damage compared to last game. He didn't get 2 lings snuck into his base, didn't lose a drone, so this is a much better position for Ptak, but we still haven't really had anything happen. We can see Hawk is preparing for a ling all-in, but I guess he's decided that, hey, you're not building lings, so I'm going to cancel that. And I mean, every drone really does matter. Actually, that's going to be an in-base hatchery, so he's going to be able to catch up in larva pretty quickly.
That is pretty interesting, actually. That is going to eventually get scouted here by this Overlord that's making its way into the main. But this is a significantly faster second hatchery now for Hawk.
Yeah, so he's going to have a lot of larva. Of course, Ptak sees it, so he knows what's going on. But that Spire's about to finish. It's like 550 out of 600. Still haven't seen Evolution Chamber just yet. Still haven't seen colonies placed anywhere just yet. Okay, now they're finally coming up. And this time around, the colonies are in a way better position. It looks like 2 will cover basically the entirety of the natural, so Ptak should be... Uh-oh, you never want to build a Spire and then cancel it. I think that was a Spire, maybe it was just a colony. Yeah, it was a Spire, so that's a big cancel. He was already down 200 gas, and that's going to be down something like 250 gas.
Yeah, not ideal. The one thing I'm a little curious about, though, is that if Ptak is going to be able to delay the natural expansion any longer due to the fact that we do have the in-base main. It doesn't look like it, though, unfortunately for him. Because if he was able to keep Hawk off the second gas, there was going to be, I think, a significant amount of hope that he could kind of catch up in the gas count once he takes his own natural. But it looks like there's like not even any attempt to go for anything like that.
Yeah, as a non-Zerg player, I don't know if what I'm about to say is true or not, but this just seems like a massive build order counter from Hawk because he's up so much gas. I mean, Ptak is kind of low eco, even though he's had his nat for a while. Like, he can't even build up his gas there. And we see Hawk's about to take a third hatch, so he's about to be up larva also. This just feels like no chance for Ptak to really do anything. I mean, he doesn't even have any mutas out just yet. The Spire, I think, has just finished for him. So, oh my god, now he's just one-shotting drones. He gets 2 of them.
Yeah, again, it just comes down to the fact that Ptak is just... He has essentially the same gas timing, you know? His natural expansion was only slightly more ahead of the in-base hatch. But the problem is that he essentially has gotten no value out of that because in order to take that natural expansion, he had to invest, 4 drones into anti-air.
And now Lings are going to come in and do nothing because mutas are just sitting here. That means Hawk has 8 mutas because he's one-shotting drones, which means he has at least 5 there. So it's 8 versus 6. Okay, he even has 6, so it's 6 versus 6 right now, even if there is a fight on... Okay, well, this could be the mistake that Ptak's looking for. He needs to not let these mutas get away. He needs to knock these down.
Yeah, but we do have a contingent of mutalists coming from the natural expansion here for Hawk as well. So I worry a little bit that Ptak might even get his mutas taken out. Oh my gosh, the timing. I'm not sure how he lost those.
I don't know either. He's got the moves, though, man. Here comes a Ling counterattack to the natural. I think there's an even amount of Lings for Hawk, though. Okay, maybe not. He may just barely lose this fight, but with mutas coming back, he will be able to fend this off.
I don't know if giving up your Lings here to delay the extractor is going to be worth it either. Oh my gosh, he doesn't even get it.
Yeah, so that's definitely not worth. And actually, I was thinking about what you said last game, where Hawk doesn't have any spore colonies, so he needed to be careful with the placement of his mutas. Obviously, Hawk was going to go to the natural to defend with the mutas there, and I thought Ptak may counterattack the main, but he didn't. Now he's going for a counterattack, and surprisingly, Hawk's mutas are out of position, so we may be able to get Ptak onto the board here with some drone kills.
This is pretty big, and a very significant number of these Scourge here. Oh my god, the main is just getting raided.
Yeah, he lost so many drones there. That's a huge loss, but Hawk is going to finish this off. What's it, 9 left over for Ptak? I don't know how many mutas are left over for Hawk. Okay, actually Hawk's down in mutas 8-9. That was the move that Ptak needed to really get back into this game, and he has gotten back. He may be down larva still, but his muta count is at least even. Drone count heavily in his favor now. Okay, maybe not. That was a massive drone cycle from Hawk.
I mean, when you got 3 hatcheries, man, you just make so many drones. But here's one thing that I'm a little still kind of not happy about. I don't feel like these mutas should ever go home at this point. I think they just stay on Hawk's side of the map, you know, and you just try to find anything that you can find with them at this point, because he still has, you know, spores at home to defend. And if you're just constantly making mutas, you're gonna be able to defend a single control group, I think. And this is the way that you kind of like pull yourself back into the game. You never allow Hawk to get comfortable and sit around and do whatever he wants, because he really doesn't have the money now, because you've raided that main, to put down any kind of static defense. So you can exert your map influence with your, you know, static defense at home. And again, yeah, exactly. Like take a third or something like that. Do something to get yourself back into the game, because it's been so long. Like Ptak has essentially had no drones mining at the natural expansion for forever, but now he's going to just be flying his air army into a gigantic swarm of these Scourge, and I don't know if he's got the micro to handle this.
Oh, this is going to be a huge Muta Scourge battle. Can either player connect their Scourge? It looks like Ptak's Scourge did not connect at all. That means that Hawk is going to get on the counter-offensive now. He doesn't know that there is a third hatch, and he doesn't want to commit into the natural, which has spores up. So Ptak is going to get away with this third hatch. Hawk had an opportunity to cancel, but still a good position for him. He's still got the 3 hatches. He's got good eco now. Ptak also has good eco. I don't think we have +1 armor for either player. Definitely not for Ptak. Nope, Hawk doesn't have it either. But if Ptak can get this third base up and running with the spores, actually he'll be up in gas in a few minutes. So Hawk does need to either get a third base himself or do something about it.
The question is, though, does Hawk have any upgrades on his mutalisks? Because Ptak has none. Okay, it's going to be upgrade list versus upgrade list. So yeah, an additional gas geyser is going to count for a huge amount. But you know, that was a pretty significantly good trade for Hawk here. He does have, I think he's got a bit of an advantage in the air right now. Although I can't tell for sure, because a lot of it, he has been investing significantly into Scourge as well, and the muta count is a little bit stacked for me to be able to assess that. But here comes a huge counterattack.
I think +1 armor must have kicked in. I don't know why he would commit this far if he didn't have it. Okay, maybe it didn't. Maybe he doesn't have it just yet. He does just want to know what exactly is going on. Like, are you going hive? Do I need to make a move here? And he does see the creep, but does he see it? Okay, well, now he's definitely going to see it.
Yeah, he's got to know.
Hawk has a big lead, but I'm not sure how much of it is in the air. And those Scourge, I think maybe one of them would have connected. But remember, there's no spores in Hawk's main. But instead, Ptak is going to try and save this base. This is a lot of Scourge from Hawk, a lot of mutas. This may just be a wipe for both sides. Actually, I think Ptak has an overwhelming amount of mutas. His +1 armor kicked in.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no. Actually, Ptak, I think, could have won that. It's 7 versus 7 with armor advantage, but instead he backs off. Lings are in his natural.
This is critical. This spore is so important right now.
Oh, the muta micro from Hawk is fantastic, but he may lose the majority of his mutas. And actually, they're somehow surviving. Meanwhile, Lings are racking up kill after kill. Both players trading blow for blow. I think it's 7 versus 8 mutas. Slight advantage for Hawk right now in terms of muta count. But look at the supply now, Doc Holiday, 54 to 39.
That was on a razor's edge there for Hawk. He just barely had enough units to be able to pull that off. But somehow he made the right call, and now Ptak has plummeted. And this is great. You know, Ptak had the one thing going for him, which was that third. And somehow Hawk once again just attacks before he's able to make anything out of that. So now he's got his third coming up here. It's going to be clearly faster than Ptak's. He's got a advantage in the air now, as he won that fight fairly decisively. He's got drone advantage now as well, and he's always had the gas advantage. So now, what does Ptak do?
Yeah, I don't think Ptak can really do anything other than try and counter. But if he counters, that means he's committed to trying to win the game with this single attack. Now, that's not something you want to see. An idle drone in the main. Ling's going to the third base because he's aware that Ptak wants to take a third base now. That's going to be another canceled hatchery. And Ptak, he's down to his last leg. He's down 20 supply. It's ZVZ. You're going to be feeling helpless if you're down 20 supply, but he's got to do something. Like, he can't just sit here. The last game, he tried to get into Hive, but there's no Hive this time.
Yeah, and the thing is, what do you do too? Because we have to remember that Hawk also has the additional hatchery in the main. That's allowing him to field this like little harassing Zergling army. So where Ptak has a couple of spores left, Hawk has this roaming band of like a gigantic band of Zerglings that can just do like critical damage anytime that these mutas now leave to go do any kind of fighting on the other side of the map. And as you can see, they're just shutting down hatchery after hatchery. They can, potentially threaten the natural expansion if any kind of attack comes into the main. Look at, here they go. So the Lings immediately, they see the mutas are out on the map, they go to the natural expansion. And what do? You go back home? I mean, that's the only thing that you can do, because it's basically, well, you got one sunken colony? Man, one sunken colony. So good, but not enough to be able to fight, 2 control groups of Lings plus mutas.
Yeah, I guess Hawk was a little bit too slow on the gun to go for an instant counterattack, so for now, Ptak is going to survive, but now Ptak is in a really precarious situation, because Hawk has realized, like, hey man, there's literally no way you can win other than counterattacking me when I'm out of position, and Hawk's not going to let that happen, because he's got 4 spore colonies going up, 2 in his nat, 2 in his main, so he's going to be shielded from that potential vulnerability. Meanwhile, his third base has completed, so 3 gas can be coming in pretty soon. We're on a clock now. Like, we're just flat out on a clock. Ptak has to do something within the next minute, 2 minutes or so. Otherwise, that gas count from Hawk is going to be obscene, and Hawk's just going to literally max out on like pure muta and just roll him.
What do you want him to do though? Like, Hawk is going to have to actually fall asleep at the keyboards. I mean, there's nowhere on the map that Hawk could take a fight that would, essentially botch the fight and he'd lose the game from here. I mean, the best place is going to be at this third where there's currently no static defense here. But even then, he's got such a huge number of mutas in the air right now.
Well, the muta count seems to be kind of close. Does Hawk have armor? I'm not sure. Okay, we've got a weird scenario. Both players going to counterattack. Third base is going to die for both players, but the nat may be breached for Ptak. Here comes a lot of mutas. Now remember, there are spores here, which will deal a lot of damage. However, there's like 25 Lings. Scourge also connect. If Ptak overwhelmingly wins this air fight, like he might, he could come back. The third hatch of Hawk did die.
Wow, this is crazy. The Lings don't even get the second, they don't even get the second sunken.
I think that was actually the moment, or the move that Ptak needed, because he's got so many mutas, and actually our Hawk's supply is now even, and he has a ton of Scourge, which are great, obviously, but you would prefer to have mutas because, I mean, unless these Scourge can connect, versus Sziky Micro, they're definitely not going to connect, but I think Ptak has actually won this game now, because look how many mutas he has.
This is wild. Kind of an interesting choice there. Hawk had the third going and everything. Maybe he just felt like he couldn't defend at his third. But yeah, I mean, Ptak still has spores at the natural expansion. So now, once again, he has the ability to be on the map and exert pressure where he clearly didn't have. Oh!
But, I mean, not really many Scourge connect there. And now Ptak just has an overwhelming amount of mutas. Okay, well, this may be a gift to Hawk.
What you want.
Yeah, you don't want to attack there. But he even gets off. Look at this. You can just tell. Red has way more mutas right now.
Does Hawk have the +1 air attack as well?
No.
Or does he only have Garb? Or yeah, okay, so he's only got armor, so that's a huge advantage as well.
Yeah, and this hatch got denied. Hawk is actually lower in resources now. The Nat, surprisingly, because Hawk has, like, let's imagine this goes to, like, some super epic 30-minute 2-base game. Like, Hawk has been mining his natural much more efficiently. Look at the lack of drones with the Nat. Like, if mains get mined out, Ptak will still have a decent eco coming in from the natural, but I think Ptak has done it. He's got his third hatch coming. It's the first time all game he's had a supply lead.
Yeah, the only real tool left, I think, for Hawk is the fact that he still has the third hatch in the main. He still is able to produce, some additional Zerglings until this third hatch for Ptak kicks in. And so just being really annoying and all over the map is going to be the big thing for him. It looks like Hawk is actually going to go for a top left ninja base. I really, really, really love this decision. You know that you're at a disadvantaged state right now. You know that ZVZ is so difficult to really kind of just go out and take an honest third base here at this point, and you know that you need some additional minerals. So instead of trying to force your third base at a disadvantaged position where you have potentially no real great choice but to try and get lucky, I think if you hide this base, your chances of getting lucky and getting that up and mining is significantly higher.
Yeah, and I don't think Ptak has really sent a single Ling over to that side of the map. He's just constantly checked the third base. So this may actually get up and running. However, we do have another huge mutaball moving to the third base. He's going to see nothing's there. Now, at this point, he may be wondering, okay, what's going on, man? Like, something has to be going on because I got a third base coming. And he may think, like what Hawk was thinking last game, maybe it's Hive. So he's going to move in here. But there are 4 boars, and he's right. It is Hive coming. So he does need to make something happen. He's going to engage at the natural. Nope, he's just going to pick off an Overlord and back up. But look at the supplies. It's within 7 now, 96 to 90. So the muta count maybe has kind of evened out. But it still looks like just an overwhelming amount to me for Ptak.
Yeah, second upgrade for Hawk has kicked in now. So at least the muta fight is going to be not as overwhelmingly favored for like individual unit versus unit for Ptak. But I don't know what the plan is to deal with the Hive. But Ptak needs to do something because if this third gets up in the top left hand corner and there's the Hive difference, as nice as it is to get that third gas a little bit more quickly, Devours and Defilers are going to make like an overwhelming difference in the engagements coming up, and it looks like there's going to be a significant timing as the Queen's Nest isn't even finished yet for Ptak.
Well, Ptak has sent a Ling to bottom left. He needs to send a Ling to top left. If he was to send a Ling top left, Ptak could instantly attack there right before Devours kick in and knock down that base. If he waits any longer and we see 3 Devours get out, honestly, you can't be going for an attack at top left because that forces a muta versus muta Devourer fight. You're not going to win that. So Ptak, this Ling is going to find Lings up here.
Here he goes.
He needs to attack instantly top left. You got to attack. You got to get those mutas over there. He doesn't get up there. Why? Oh my god, it's going to be 6 Devours. Honestly, you're really looking for like 5 to 6. And if Ptak attacks now, this is the anti-timing. Here he goes. I feel so bad for Ptak. He's going to try and deny this, but if he fights up here, he is mega dead.
What is going on with the I mean, I guess he just knows. I think he's just sending these mutas at this point to scout because he knows the timing of the Hive because he saw it. So a little unfortunate. Just so barely too late. Like if the Ling had got up initially, he might have been able to kill us. Oh, but he does have, you know what though? He has the wings here. Yeah,
he just sent 3 mutas. He's gonna try and
this is enough.
Yeah, now Ptak is gonna attack with his main Devourer army. Look how many mutas now. 6 Devourers are amazing, but I don't know if they're this amazing. We'll see though. Here comes Hawk. He's gonna knock down this 4. Oh my god, the acid spores. They're especially when you're clumped up like that. And the acid spores hit so many of the mutas, but he doesn't hit the mutas at the top side. You can see look how fast they died, Duck Holly! Jesus Christ! Supplies plummet for Ptak, like 50 in a second. This is why Hive Tech is so insane in ZBZ.
So ridiculous. And they're so tanky too. They have the +2 carapace on top of their base armor.
I mean, they're just insane. And it's not like people watching that are going to think like, wow, Devourers deal so much damage. But the Devourers aren't even the thing that deal the damage. It's that the fact that they put the spores on them and then the mutas bounce everything is what deals the damage. Like, you just get a couple of rounds of Devourers, you can just throw them away, just like, see ya, dude. And the mutas will just wipe everything like what we just saw.
It's so funny too, though, because, like, yeah, the Devourers do almost... Like, if you ever watch a Devour by itself fight, like, an air unit, it shoots every, like, it feels like it shoots, like, once a minute or something. They shoot so slow. But just the initial spores make such a huge difference.
Oh my god, they're clumped. They're clumped, dude. They're clumped, and he hits every single one. Watch how fast these die. Oh, they're gonna get obliterated. There goes 2 of them. Well, it wasn't as fast as I thought, but they still are just getting melted. And this is going to be it. Ptak, who had an amazing comeback, just slightly late on the gun with spores in his own Hive Tech, allows Hawk to come back to this game at 73 supply to 32. We are moments away. There it is, GG. And that means Hawk, he's going to move on 2-0, but just barely scraping by in game 2.
Yeah, I think that this was... You know, it's funny because the games looked very, very... I don't want to say close, but they looked like pretty close. But I think there's a pretty clear difference in the decision-making between these players. Ptak seemed to be just too passive almost the entire game, like very afraid to make any kind of moves when he had kind of any advantage here. I'd like to see Ptak be a bit more aggressive during the mid-game and things like that when he has, an air advantage, because it seems like every time that he had an advantage, he just kind of sat at his natural expansion and was too afraid to ever use it. If the top left had gotten sniped a little bit earlier, maybe he gets back home. I don't know. It just seemed like Ptak was waiting for the game to come to him, and in ZBZ, I think, especially at this high level, when you take more initiative during the games, you're able to really be more successful.
Yeah, well, he still played well. Game 1, kind of a blowout, but Game 2, I thought for sure he was down and out, so he did a good job to make a game of it, but in the end, Hawk a little bit too strong, so he moves on, and that means Hawk is guaranteed to make it into the next round, so congratulations to him. And we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll come back with probably the match of the day. It's going to be Dewalt versus Sziky, so you don't want to go anywhere. guys, we are back. We just saw Hawk make it through Ptak. He's in the winner's match. And now we've got our second match of the day. It's going to be Dewalt versus Sziky. This is a rematch of what we already saw in the EU Championship. And gotta say, it did not go well for Sziky. Dewalt just crushed him 3-0. So even though I thought Sziky was going to be a monster in EU, he did well getting third place. But he also lost to Bonnet. So it looks like Dewalt and Bonnet have kind of steamrolled ahead in the PvZ meta, because if Sziky can't take him down, I don't see how anybody can take him down.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Sziky is going to be one of the only non-Protoss options to take care of these guys. Like, as you said, we basically don't have any Terrans, and there's no Protosses that really can stand up to these two guys in the scene. And Sziky's like the one great Zerg hope, right? And if he's just getting steamrolled, then what chance do we have? So hopefully the series goes a little bit better than that, because honestly, if it's just going to be Protosses slaughtering Zergs for the rest of the season, I'm gonna have to get some therapy, man.
You're gonna have to get therapy. You don't even play. You don't even play Terran. You at least have your race represented. I'm not gonna have anybody. Like, look at my group. You think I'm actually gonna get through my group? So there's one Terran down. Then all we've got left is Terror, which is championship level, and then we've got the Bus Terran. But man, I don't know if I can handle having PvZ, PvP, ZVZ for the rest of the tournament. I feel like I've had that for the entire tournament other than the Asian Championship.
I feel like you guys need to have like an outreach program. You know, you need to like go to like some schools, you know, and start an after-school program to teach these kids how to play Terran. So that way Terran doesn't just go extinct and we have a 2-race game. We're gonna be playing Warcraft here in a minute, okay? And Warcraft 2 or whatever.
I know. I tried, man. I tried. People ask me, like, or they say in chat, like, what race should I play? And I even told you to switch to Terran. You remember that?
You still tell me to switch to Terran.
Yeah, because Terran versus Terran, it's fun as you get better. Terran versus Protoss is fun. Terran versus Zerg is fun. I don't know how it can be fun to Ling all in often in Zerg versus Zerg. And we need more Terran reps, man. We gotta get some more. I can't. Like, I'm only 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4 if Dandy was here. And, I mean, there's 12 other representatives. That means there was at least 6 for the other 2 races. So, we need some more Terrans, man. But luckily, you know what? With Artosis coming back, that's going to be a guaranteed 5th Terran slot, right? Because we got that NA-flation on his side. You think he'll make it into BSL 16? Why are you laughing?
NA-flation. It's true, though. I mean, it's not false. I think Artosis is actually, I know it's kind of a meme, but he's actually quite a talented player, very strong. And you know, now I hear he's moving back, so maybe with some time on playing with more foreigners, he might be able to really climb up. But I mean, I don't know. It's hard to go, you know what? I think Artosis is the next scan, you know?
He's the next NA Bonjour, man. I believe. You saw him take down the apes 6-2, and I know there's some apes in the chat. So I'm a believer. But our matchup is ready. It is going to be Dewalt versus Sziky, and again, it's going to be on butter. Okay, in the top right, our blue Protoss. It is Dewalt.
And in the bottom right, as our red Zerg, we have Sziky.
Yep, so we did see Dewalt versus Bonnet. Of course, PvP completely different than Protoss versus Zerg. However, Dewalt was pulling out some shenanigans. We had a couple, or at least one in-base 2-gate on Overwatch. And I'm sure Sziky watched all of the games from both of these players. But if I was Sziky here, I'd be a little cautious that, okay, maybe Dewalt will get frisky like he did versus Bonnet. Maybe he'll pull out a 1-base. Maybe he'll try and pull out a J-Star, which he was 2-gating every single time he got a 2-player map. So I think Sziky needs to keep that in the back of his head, that Dewalt doesn't necessarily have to play standard. But this time around, looks like we are just going to have probably 1-gate expand from Dewalt.
In the meantime, over here, trying to meditate and send all of my juju over to Sziky, because, dude, if Sziky goes down here, this is just going to be like Dewalt's like gonna be Mike Tyson, and it's just gonna be him wading through a sea of toddlers, just punching people in the face back and forth. Like, if Sziky can't stand up to Dewalt, it's just gonna be a bloodbath from here on out.
Yeah, I think that if Dewalt makes it through his opponent this time around, it's going to be really tough to take him down. We do know Hawk has insane Zerg versus Protoss. I don't think he even dropped the map versus Protoss, but Dewalt's a whole nother beast in terms of Protoss skill level, so it will be hard for Hawk to take him down. But if anybody can take him down from NA, I think you got to wager money on Hawk. We do see that this was an overpool opener, I think, from Sziky. And we do have Hatch coming down. And just now, Dewalt is going to scout. And he's going to see that nothing unusual is going on. Oh, can't lose that.
How do you feel about the overpool, by the way? It seems like people are doing it a lot more than the 11 hatch now. Because I felt like for a while there, 11 hatch was like the only build. It was like so good and everyone was doing it.
Well, I think if you're somebody that has good control like Sziky, I like the pool first opener because he'll force you to make a move with the Zealots, like try and out micro him. And if you ever misstep, he's going to run into your main, like what we might see right here. So I think for someone like Sziky, I think this is a good move. If you don't have the micro, then I think maybe 11 hatch could be just a better opener for you. But you can see he's very diligent with his lanes right here. And it forces Dewalt to respond with the 3 Zealots and 2 probes. But you can see, I mean, Sziky, he's just sharking. He's like, anytime you're out of position, I'm going to try and get some free hits off. And I think that's exactly what you should do if you're Sziky. Now, meanwhile, he's starting to mine up his gas. He's got his 3rd hatch coming down. And I'm trying to see, did Dewalt put a Forge or Cybernetics anywhere? I think we're just going to go straight into Cybernetics.
Oh my.
Oh, he's out of position. This is why I like
run
it.
By. This is so annoying.
Yeah, and this is 5 links. It's not 2. It's not 1. This could ramp up and kill a lot of probes really fast. And this was actually at the same moment where Dewalt wanted to put down his Cybernetics. So this has already delayed everything. Okay, Cybernetics not that far delayed, but this is very annoying.
Even just getting 2 lings in and to have the, like the eternal scouting in the main base is annoying, but this is like a huge threat. He has so many lings in the main that he can threaten the main and the natural if he wants to decide to split them up and do damage at either one of them. But we do have a big counterattack with these Zealots here, and I don't think this is going to go very well. A great number of defending lings here at the natural expansion as well. I think all these Zealots plus that 1 probe. Oh, okay, the probe's going to slip out, so maybe the probe will survive this, but the Zealots certainly won't. And in the meantime, maybe we even have a cancel on the first cannon?
Yeah, this is a ton of damage being dealt from Sziky, but Dewalt kind of evens up the score. He takes down 1 drone, and in the main, he is with a probe and a Zealot. There's no lings here, and there's nothing being morphed either because Sziky's supply blocked right now. So this Zealot could ramp up quite a few kills, but in the main of Dewalt, there's still 1 ling wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, this Zealot did not get as many kills as I thought. He's trying to get an additional drone kill, but not able to, and you can see the confidence of Sziky, not worried about that single Zealot. He ends up going for a drone cycle, and it's 30 supply to 34 with Spire coming down. Dewalt, I have to say, has done a good job to keep his tech ahead. Wow, actually the Stargate is way far ahead. I thought it was delayed, so good job from Dewalt to actually manage that quite well.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that the Zealot attack got anything done there, but the fact that they got to force the drones off the mineral line, they did, kind of even up a little bit of the damage that was done here. Not exactly. I still think that was clearly a bit Sziky favored in the amount of economic disruption that happened there, but overall, I thought the 2 Zealots were just going to get sniped out in the middle of the map and nothing would happen. So that's pretty good.
Well, I
do feel like the players must have had like a handshake agreement, though, to make this the hardest game for early game here for Zero to observe that it could possibly be, though, as we had attacks at like 4 separate locations all at once.
Yeah, I mean, when you reach this level, you have to be able to manage all those attacks too, because their APM, their multitask is insane. And this is actually going to be a muta opener from Sziky. You can see he's banking the gas and the minerals. He may only build 5, but this should be... Okay, there we go. It is going to be the 6 mutas, actually, and he does have his nat gas coming. No third gas just yet, but we do have 4th and 5th hatch coming up, and hydrogen coming. But we've got a 4 zealot move out, trying to get something done.
I feel like there must be like a physical difference between my brain and the brains of these players. You know what I mean? Because I still have to like look to click my upgrades. And these guys are fighting in 4 locations and still hitting their build order timings. I don't know what it is, but like I feel like if you cut both of our heads open, you look in Sicky's brain, and you look at my brain, like my brain looks like a deflated little raisin. You know what I mean? Like Sicky's brain, something's gotta be different. Like I don't know if we're the same species, because clearly he's like a higher like form of human.
Well, he is playing well this game. Did you notice that when Dewalt split off that 1 zealot, Sziky was aware, like, hey, this used to be 4. Or used to be 4, why is there only 3? And he just goes, picks off the...
Yeah, he goes, finds it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry, my raisin brain was too busy looking. I couldn't process that information.
I mean, it's true, man. They're next level. And we've got some next level eco from Sziky. You see this drone count, man? You ever had this many drones in your life in a game?
Oh yeah, you know I have.
Win!
I just never have units.
Oh, okay.
These 3 zealots will come in here and kill me.
Yeah. Well, I guess Sziky is aware of that because he goes for the SimCity. It is just 4 zealots. Oh, he gets a connection onto those Scourge, but there's no Spore, actually. And there's no Hydras, so these Sayers may be able to rack up a decent amount of damage. And actually, these 4 Zealots do get in. That's a great drone drill. Look at that, bugging out the AI of the Zealots. I can't even believe that he's going to hold this. Well, maybe not, because these Sayers are racking up kills, and Dewalt is rallying units across the map. Even though it's only 2 Zealots at a time, these 4 Zealots are dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and with the Corsairs still in the air, Sziky is now supply blocked, and it's going to be very annoying, you know, to kind of get back into the flow of things. It looks like the additional Lings coming across is going to finish that off, but man, that was a crazy amount of damage there. You know, you get in that position where you no longer have the ability to kill any of the Corsairs, and they just seem to be able to supply block you for forever. And then the Zealots, even if they're coming in small numbers at a time, eventually overwhelm you because you're never able to produce additional units. And we got really close to that kind of like a kind of spot where you just died a small number of Zealots coming across the map. But of course, Sziky is again just on another level. Always not going to be caught off like something like that. But man, it looked very scary there for a minute.
Yeah, I thought that Dewalt had actually done it, but I think that move kind of brought Dewalt back into the game because Sziky was starting to get up some real insane macro. He's got 6 hatches now. He had taken almost no damage.
Woo!
He was picking off Sayers. He even gets a Sayer pick off there. Almost got another one. Dewalt needs to be careful with this Sayer count because pretty much every Sayer he builds could have almost been a Templar. And you obviously don't want to keep rebuilding Sayers over and over. You want to build up that energy on your Templar, try and get up a big death ball, move out onto the map. We do see that Hydras are starting to be pumped out in huge numbers. Still no third gas for Sziky, so we may not see a lurker switch just yet. He's also kind of gas starved. Oh, the Sayers find an opening, pick off 1 Overlord. Wow, he's still got 6 Sayers left over.
Yeah. And as you said, kind of the whole thing about having to remake some of the Sayers, you know, Hydra Man would be significantly better if all of the Sayers had gone down and he had to remake them in order to deal with some kind of the potential for like a muta switch. But as is, I feel like once the Templar count kind of gets up here, it's going to be a little difficult because, as you said, without a third gas, you really can't get too many lurkers here. And so the Storm's going to be pretty significantly more effective.
Well, we've got a 40 supply lead for Dewalt. And thinking back to previous series between not just Sziky in Dewalt and Bonnet, but also Hawk versus other Protoss players. Around this moment, we were seeing almost even supplies from the Zerg. So the fact that Dewalt is up 40 supply shows you that he's in a really killer position right now. It's posturing to set up, or posturing to take his third base, and DT has snuck across the map. Is there any opening? Not just yet, but there's that shuttle. You may have a DT drop into the main,
Dude,
but the
if it flies over these hydras though, oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Oh no, it's not gonna though.
just gonna barely miss it.
As far as your comment on the supply count though, the 40 supply, yeah, is certainly a lot. I think being even with Protoss is you know, is a bit of a dream. Like, it's great to be even with Protoss, but that's like an ideal situation. When you're only down like 15-20 supply, I think it's a much more it doesn't feel like a crazy disadvantage, but 40 is a lot, especially when you're on something basic like Hydras, who just has to man fight the army here. And so being able to dodge the storms and stuff like that is going to be super important here. I'm really worried because one big blowout storm and the game is over for you.
Yeah, I can't believe he found that DT, by the way. I mean, it was so close to getting loaded up by the shuttle. Now, I don't know about this fight. Okay, actually has an Archon coming from the back. But look at that Lurker morph! And the Hydra soaking up a single or a couple shots from the Archon, buys him a lot of time, allows the Zealots to get on top of the Hydras. Actually, I thought that the Hydras were going to win that fight, but in the end, there's just slightly too many Zealots, and the Sayers killed more Overlords. Here comes the drop into the main at the same time. Hydra's not gonna be able to pick it off. Oh my god, what hit?
6 HP!
Oh my gosh, this is a nightmare for Sziky. His Overlords pop out. They get instantly slaughtered by the Overlords. It's just permanent supply block from Dewalt, and this buys him a lot of time. Wow, actually there's no third base set up for Dewalt just yet, but look at this. He's ransacked the natural. He may be able to escape, but the shuttle is so low health. Yeah, it is ambitious. Does get taken down.
Well, there is not an incredibly impressive army at the third right now. Of course, the observers are out and all that, so, you know, unfortunately that that Lurker not going to be able to delay the third very much. But there is a pretty significant number of units left on the field for Sziky if he wants to put some pressure on the third base with like a group of Hydralisks or whatever. I think he can afford to peel off, a control group of Hydras to maybe put some pressure on that third. There is the transition here already, though. We do have Dragoons coming up here, and we do have some Templar on the field here, and this is going to be a very powerful army in a little bit. But in the meantime, we do have Sziky taking his fourth now. So we're going to be going towards a kind of a big macro game, and I wouldn't be super surprised to see a little bit less action for a couple minutes here as both players start to ramp up their big production and all that going into the late game.
Yeah, Sziky going into a more defensive position. He's putting up lurkers all over the place. He's taking a fourth base on that high ground. More Overlords are just isolated, man. They also don't have the armor upgrade, so they are just taking a beating. Meanwhile, a small Zealot counterattack into the third base, just trying to draw the attention of the Hydras so that he can rack up more Overlord kills. It's literally just non-stop red for Sziky, but finally he knocks down the majority of the Sayers. There's only 3 remaining.
Man, these Sayers have just been paying dividends, though, you know what I mean? Like, he's gotten so much done with him over the course of this game with all the different attacks and just really being very disruptive. Only 2 lurkers here and a small contingent of Hydralisks. Gigantic Protoss army barreling down the throat of this natural expansion here.
Yeah, this may be unstoppable. That's a ton of Dragoons, and Dewalt has done a really good job to just hold position his Zealots, but I have to say there's really not that many Zealots in general. Tons of Hydras coming from all angles. Maybe a bit of an overstep from Dewalt. It looked good initially, but now with Lurkers and Hydras moving down onto this army, that's going to be a lot of goons to lose. But actually, the Storms have been fantastic, blanketing a lot of the Hydras and Lurkers. More Lings coming in, but they're not upgraded. They don't have the armor upgrade either. So the Zealots should... Oh, actually, they do have armor upgrade. So the Zealots are not able to two-shot them.
Thing is, though, right now, is that with this attack only came with 4 Templar. I think if he had 2, 2 more, he clearly just crushes right through there. but due to the fact that he kind of ran out of storms, the reinforcing units, it's just Dragoons don't really trade that well versus basic, you know, like Hive to layer tech units from Zerg once they kind of run out of those supporting units. So for now, Dewalt gets forced back here as the continual reinforcement from the Hydralisk is going to be enough to hold it off. But it looked like very close, right? If you just kind of get one more like really strong storm, you just crush through and win the game there. And I don't think that it was a huge risk to go for it here because he's not risking a ton by having the Dragoons back with the high ground there for them to back up to fight on.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the army. It's almost pure goon. So this is really not an army you want to fight with right now. We can see that Dewalt is taking a 4th base behind it. The upgrades for Sziky are nuts, already at 2-1. But because of how much damage he's taken... Oh, actually, I was going to say I don't think he has Hive, but he does have Hive. Defiler Mound's coming in. He does have his 4 bases himself. He's still down 50 supply, but that's going to be a huge power spike for him, getting those Hive upgrades, and of course 3-2 on his Hydras.
Yeah, Hive is such an absurd power spike for Zerg. It takes Zerg from like being even, like fighting, and just to having like every advantage they could possibly want. Like in order to combat Hive tech as a Protoss player, you have to have Reavers, you have to have a bazillion, gajillion storms, because man, is Dark Swarm like so OP versus Protoss.
Yeah, Dark Swarm, Plague, I mean, absolutely no counter to it. Maybe Feedback and Maelstrom, but just insane output from a single unit. That's a good storm onto the lanes, gets rid of basically all of them in an instant. Now that's a double whammy right there. He hits both of the lurkers, and there's honestly not that much defense. Sziky needs to scramble to move into position to try and secure this natural, otherwise he may get busted right here.
Yeah, Lurkers are a good unit, but there are a ton of Dragoons here, and Dragoons are really great at man fighting if there's not a huge number of Hydralisks on the field here. And since we have, it looks like maybe one control group of Hydralisks that are in the immediate vicinity to be able to kind of swoop down here and help these Lurkers, I don't know. It's a little worrisome right now because there's no Dark Swarm right now to protect these Lurkers from the Dragoons and to help increase the efficacy of the Zerglings. So it looks like we might see a bust here before the Hive Tech gets a chance to kind of get out here.
Yeah, I think this DT drawing attention of Sziky could lead the way to Dewalt just try to bust through the natural, but DT falls, does not attack wall. Ziky's attention was drawn away, and it looks like we are just going to kind of sit here for now. Dewalt with 4 bases versus 4 bases, he should be feeling fantastic that he's even in bases. There's the, I guess it is just one robo, but there's the Defiler we were waiting for. He's got enough energy for Plague. Does he have Plague? No, it's going to be a Dark Swarm. There it is. He moves into position, and there's really not that much to deal with the Lurkers under Swarm. Not that many Zealots. Just 2 Templars?
The Lings, oh my god. That was like 6 Lings that went in there and got kills.
I mean, Lings with Dark Swarm are pretty nuts, especially with our Lurkers under Dark Swarm for support. And, okay, well now he's going to go in. But is there enough? I don't think there is enough Zealots to actually plow through this. I mean, I guess technically he does get the ones under Swarm, but if he consumes, he can put another couple Lurkers under there. The Lings are racking up so many Dragoon kills.
I'm just thinking, like, what's a good analogy for Zerglings in the real world, right? I feel like Zerglings just, they cost nothing. And they're better than every Protoss unit. Like, oh, so ridiculous.
Yeah, they're pretty nuts, and that's a Mega Storm right there. He does take down the Defiler and one of the Lurkers, I think, and he's going to get a couple of Lurkers on the right side, but they trade decently there. Going to take down some goons, but meanwhile, we're going to attack on the left side. I think that, no, actually the Zealots are a little bit too strong. No, never mind. Ling soaking up a lot of hits, and Zealots will be taken down.
Man, seeing Cracklings fight against like Archon, Dragoon, Templar, it's just I feel like you pull up to the stoplight in your Bugatti, right? And then some guy pulls up to you in like a 92 Civic, and somehow he beats you off the line. You're like, what happened? Those cost 25 minerals and they beat my Bugatti. What's going on?
Well, they've got all the upgrades, right? They got. I don't know enough about cars to make an analogy here. Like, what are you upgrade?
Yeah, but
like, what's the adrenaline upgrade on a Camry?
It's like, you know what it is? It's like taking a SpaceX rocket and just sticking it into the back of the Camry.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, this Honda Civic's going into orbit, man. Like, this is insane value. Well, those Scourge were not insane value, but hey, man, there's a bunch of stuff going on the map right now.
Yeah, tons of action. We got another big attack on the left side. Looks like more Scourge connected and finally cleared those stairs and shuttle. And meanwhile, Dewalt plows through mid left, and he's taking a 5th base himself. I think Sziky's going to need to get into guerrilla warfare mode. Oh, has he caught all the Templars? Oh, that's a good more from Dewalt. Actually, he ends up saving, well, he loses 3 Templars, but he saves more than I thought. And this is what I was going to say. I think Sziky realizes he's got to go into guerrilla warfare. He's going to try and instantly counterattack this 5th base, and it will die.
Displacing this army, too, is going to be very costly. So if these units just kind of chill out here, you're going to need the whole army to come over here, and you're still going to take a lot of losses. I really like the active shuttle play by Dewalt here, but Sziky has done a really great job responding to this as well. Good storms, but the Zergling's also taking those out, so...
Yeah, but this army gets cleaned up, and there's no mining in the main. So basically, Sziky's on 2 base mining right now because all those drones died. Meanwhile, well, I guess technically Dewalt's still on 2 base. Oh, actually, 3rd base is almost mined out, which means the Nat should almost be mined out for Sziky too. Oh, more harassment actually from Dewalt. He's everywhere, and this forces Sziky to make a move on the 4th base. Good Dark Swarm there. Is there any AoE to help out? There is. There's 2 more storms available on that single Templar, blanketing a ton of the Zerglings.
Man, this is a really costly attack here. Not getting the efficiency that you want to see. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do any damage beyond getting maybe a few Zealots and Cannons. And look at that. Dewalt just playing a stellar game.
Yeah, that was well done. He was all over the place. Sziky's recovery after that 4 Zealot attack, remember at the natural? That was really well done. But in the end, Dewalt just too much harassment, too much pressure everywhere. And he ends up taking game 1.
Yeah, it's so hard to kind of stick Zerg on the back foot where they're trying, like they are like required to take another base, and with someone like Dewalt who's so diligent about keeping you off of those bases while still harassing you as well. Like imagine, like he's running out of mining, right? And then there's Templar storming all of the current mining drones as well. You're just kind of in a position where you can't make any units anymore, and it feels so bad. You're like, why can't I just take this base? But you just end up running out of stuff, and Dewalt just played a clinical game. They're really excellent mid and late game macro, not just like production wise, but macro use of his army. His army's always in the right position. He's making all the right decisions, and it just looked so clean.
Yeah, it was really well done from Dewalt. Remember, that was off of 5 Lings getting in his base.
Yeah.
And his counterattack was Zealot. I think it killed 1 drone, which is, you know, decent, but the Lings obviously killed more probes. So it was really, really well done from Dewalt to stabilize, come back, killed so many Overlords, actually killed so many Overlords. And Sziky's going to need to be careful next game, because if he lets another fleet of Sayers rack up kills like that, I feel like Dewalt's just going to, you know, steamroll through even harder unless Lings sneak in again, which I don't think Dewalt's going to allow.
Yeah, the thing about this game is not that it was so dramatic in the level of dominance that Dewalt showed, but that it showed a very repeatable, a very clear game plan, and you know, even in the face of potentially some factors in the early game that might have thrown it off, right? So it's very difficult for me to assume that an early game is going to go any different to the point where it's going to derail Dewalt's ability to make this happen again. So we're gonna have to see something. I don't know if creative or maybe just you know, some better execution from Sziky, because Dewalt it looks like he's got the game plan on lock right now. I'm very scared for him in this next one.
Yeah, He looks very scary, but if there's a Zerg map out there, this is going to be the one, and Zyky's picked it. It's Monopoly. It's time to get in Game 2 of our series. Maybe Dewalt can take it 2-0, or maybe Zyky can bring it back 1-1. Okay, in the bottom middle. Needs your energy. He's down 0-1. It's Zyky.
Alrighty, and we have the Protoss Goliath here. We have Dewalt in the red.
Yeah, now this map, I'm trying to think, have I seen really any Protoss players win on this map? Honestly, nothing really comes to mind other than Quark's Proxygate versus Mihu. This is just such a Protoss graveyard. It is insanely hard to attack anywhere. Like, when you attack somewhere, you're committed to that attack. You can't fall back. You can get counterattacked easily. It's a very difficult map, and we're getting a first-person view of Zyky. I think this is the first first-person view we've had all season, and you can see not much in the beginning, but this is going to be another Overpool opener. The Overlord and Probe did meet in the center of the map. And we do have, it's going to be Forge Expand actually from Dewalt, so a bit of a mix-up. I think it's going to be Forge Expand. I don't think you can go for Nexus Forge, especially with such close
Seeing
spawns
the pool
like
and
this.
everything, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, there it
Man,
is.
what a game though. Last game. Can we talk about real quick? While things are still ramping up here, the fact that Dewalt was able to put enough pressure on this Zerg player. It didn't even need to go like for Reavers or anything like that to kill Defiler, Lurker, Crackling. Like, he didn't even have the tech that you're supposed to have to be able to kill a Zerg once they got the Hive. He just had such a great game plan. He had just such a great economic advantage and was just so dominant on the map. He didn't need to go to the super late game Protoss that you usually see once Zerg has gotten Defilers.
Yeah, it was insanely done from Dewalt. I mean, he's ridiculous these days. Whenever I see a Protoss go for something like that and then they end up losing, I just think to myself, like, well, I can't really feel bad for you, right? Because Dark Swarm, Defiler, Plague, Lings, I mean, they're insane. And you kind of played with a razor-thin style right there. Now, actually, are these Lings going to get in? This cannon may not complete in time. It's only at 90. This is 6 Lings, too. And we know Zyky will run by stuff. Pro's being pulled off, but that means they're not on the ramp. Oh, he just barely doesn't get there in time.
The cannons just die so absurdly fast when they're warping in. It's like, oh no, my probes weren't there for 1.5 seconds. Well, that's the game for me now.
Well, as Artosis might say, I guess he's better than me. I guess he's just better than me. As you lose your cannon and lose the game. I mean, moves like that are always heartbreakers, right? So, nice defense from Dewalt there to pull the probes, and he even had a couple sitting on the ramp too to make sure that this guy doesn't run by. Is that gonna be a Hydra Den? Okay, so finally we're gonna have somebody get aggressive versus Dewalt, and this could just be in response to seeing the Forge opener, right? This guy has put no pressure. He has no Zealots out on the map. And I remember a long time ago, Zero talking about if it's Forge into Stargate, well, there's no counter right now. This was before 973 got figured out, but this is still going to be very hard to stop. And a lot of Zergs are not doing it these days, at least not in the BSL. So Dewalt losing his probe was a massive deal. He has no idea that this is coming.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. As much as you say that people aren't doing it, it's not like ladder Zergs aren't there just trying to take their free wins, you know what I mean? So Dewalt, I'm sure, has played against this plenty of times in the past. The question is does he ever get the scout off? And that is unlikely.
Well, look at
I like this, though. He splits the probe off and the Zealot, so that way the Lings can't respond to both. And this is critical, right? Like, if the Zealot gets over to the natural expansion and then sees the Hydras coming out on time, he's going to have more time to throw down those emergency cannons and make a very nice response to this.
Yeah, he is going to see it. Now, I have to point out, a lot of times I see Zergs have speed at least by the 5-minute mark. So the fact that there's no speed on these lings, he may already suspect that something's going on, but he does not actually get into the natural. He doesn't run into the main, and so for now, he doesn't really have any idea what's going on. And if Sziky manages his larva well, does not build any hydras at this third base, well, this Zealot did nothing. It got caught by lings, but the hydra is shown. Zealot does not get in, so this was completely stuffed. Sziky with great defense there, trying to save this and get a couple drone kills, but he only gets one.
Man, that Zealot just derped out there at the in the mineral line, but he still, yeah, as you said, he gets the information that he needs with the second Zealot, and that was critical. We should be seeing a bazillion cannons going up in the natural expansion. Looks like they are, and of course his wall is spectacular, so he can get a second layer of cannons here to help defend this. Building's going to go down in front, but I don't imagine that Dewalt is going to get busted here, and we already see a transition towards getting the additional macro hatcheries.
Well, Sziky's decided that this is enough of an opening. He's going to try and go for it, but he's not focusing the cannons in sync with the hydras and lings, so he got one heavily damaged at the top side, but only one out of the two falls, and that's kind of a big loss. The buffer of the lings are already gone. Sarah is out on the map, 2 of them actually, and there's 4 overlords here.
Yeah, the door was open, but the hydras unfortunately kind of derped out there. No response at all to the... Okay, here we go. I was gonna say, why are those hydras running away? We gotta defend the overlords, man. But looks like we're gonna just be camping out for round number 2 here. Don't know if this is the play.
I think Dewalt may have already held this. He's up 10 supply. He's got a lot of cannons set up. I think he's going to even hold his forge, maybe. And he's got 2 hidden zealots out on the map. Sziky's also supply blocked. And these Sares are kind of a menace, trying to just find openings on those 4 overlords at the natural. 2 zealots sneaking in right now. There are those 2 Sares. Those overlords may end up falling, some of them. 2 zealots are actually getting a couple of hydra kills too. That's going to be the first overlord falling. Not able to get a second one, I don't think. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think Sziky's just trying to cash in his free 300 mineral voucher at the front of the base. You know what I mean? But, I mean, that is... You know, you just lost like a hydra and 2 overlords for this. I think it's just better to, you know, get your macro going. Because this supply block... Like, the thing is that the couple of... you know, seconds here that you're not getting your drones out and you're not pumping into your economy. Like, Dewalt's back here getting his mid-game attack together. And you're, in the meantime, you're just kind of floundering and not mining the way you should.
Yeah, Dewalt doesn't care that you killed a gateway.
Oh my gosh, he doesn't even get the forward.
Yeah, he completed +1. He also didn't lose any probes during that Hydraling attack. So this build order choice from Sziky backfired completely, and now Dewalt is going to be the one putting on some pressure. There's only 4 hatches complete for Sziky right now, maybe 5, but definitely does not have the 6 hatch production that you're looking for as Sziky. Meanwhile, Dewalt's starting to ramp up his production. I think he's already got at least 4 gates done, maybe 5. Already has speed done, obviously, and he has triple forge technically. Oh, he didn't complete +1. He thought it was gonna die.
He does have it cranking though in the main. It seemed like a pretty premature cancel of that +1 because like the forge still had a significant amount of HP gone. Yeah, look at that. It still have 200 HP there. And there was like 4 zealots there at the natural expansion contending with 5 hydras. So I feel like maybe you can risk it for the biscuit a little bit and get that +1 maybe started, but I think he just wanted to cancel it and get it started in his main, so that way, you know, he hedges for the potential loss of that forge instead. But I feel like if he had stuck it, you know, he may have that +1 here already and be able to put on a lot of very annoying pressure with the zealots.
Yeah, he might have, but I guess he felt like it was going to die, so he wanted to just save the money. And that was a sneaky zealot attack to top left, but the hydras never moved out of position, and they will clean them up with really no losses, basically. So that's a pretty good trade for Sziky there. And actually, Dewalt's going to bleed off more zealots. So this is starting to kind of favor back, maybe not favor back, but give a little bit of breathing room back to Sziky. Supplies are now 78 to 68. He just killed almost 10 zealots for free. He should be feeling really good about that. But we've got 8 gates coming in for Dewalt now, and those double forge upgrades should be completing in just a second. Right, well, first Templars coming out. They're going to be banking up that energy, and there's that Kate Boy coming in. No Overlord here to spot, so unless he's paying attention, which he may have, and of course he sees the DT move out, so he's aware that, okay, DT out in the map, I gotta be careful.
I love the utilization of like the just like the one DT every once in a while. Even when it dies, you just make another one, just have it run around. Like, it's such a great unit.
I know about those DTs, man. I make them all the time while I'm building up that carrier count. It's so annoying to deal with. And we've got the DT coming into the main. It's going to be a DT drop. And Sziky's aware that a drop could be coming. He's already got Overlords in position. You can see that the Sares are trying to draw the attention. But Sziky should know, like, hey, man, there's no way you're ever suiciding Corsairs like that. And he does not move any of the Hydras out. He does fend this off.
Okay, well, this
how
is
did
a
he say that?
challenging place for Dewalt to be in now. I think the achieving of the 3 base Protoss is going to be pretty difficult. There's a huge army of Hydralisks on the field here. We have Lurkers outside the natural expansion, and just busting out of here is going to be so tough. Look at this. An excellent move by Sziky to try and force out as many of these storms, because that's really the only thing that's going to allow Dewalt to displace the Lurkers here. I'm surprised that he doesn't just commit this small group of Hydralisks to try and get a nice, efficient trade here at the natural expansion. But I see. Still dealing with the Dark Templars in the main, so potentially just too much multitask going on there.
Oh, drop in the main.
My God.
There were Hydras at the top side. I don't know if there's any Lurkers in here. Okay, there are. And that's going to draw Protoss out of position. Look at those pros bugging out. Okay, luckily they do manage to get away. This would be one of those heartbreaking games that you lose simply because you lost 12 probes on a kind of a miss.
If you get the Templar archives here, though, that would be insane. Looks like the units are going to be just enough to clean this up.
Oh, that shuttle I don't think has anything in it, but it gets taken out anyways. But that was a good, cute move from Sziky. He does displace a lot of the probe mining. That's fantastic for him. Buys him a lot of time too, and it looks like he may be setting up for another potential drop up there. We do see him taking top left in just a second, starting his +2 weapon upgrade also.
I know that G5 swears by Zerg drop. Like I think I have to agree with him that it's kind of underutilized. It can be expensive and difficult to go into the mid game, but man, is it such a weapon. You know what I mean? Like, when Protoss is no longer able to rely on the fact that their wall and their Templar and stuff at the front of the base can keep you out, it becomes so much more difficult for them to handle kind of Zerg's very versatile mid-game army.
Yeah, and it gets a ton of value if you can get it off like this. Even if the bottom lurker only gets off one shot on the probes, this top one could have killed or gotten the killing blow. Oh, that was kind of just disjointed attacks right there. I thought he could have racked up a couple probe kills, but great defense from Dewalt. Meanwhile, a Zealot attack into the third base at the same time. He gets 2 or 3 drones. Not bad.
Look at these Zealots, man. They have a whole army attacking them, and they're just like, whatever, dude. I got this. I'm gonna get some more drone kills. But, dude, wow, what a game, man. The multitask from both these players to just execute all of these drops all over the place. Yeah, very impressive stuff.
There's no observer. Oh, there is an observer. I didn't think there was. So that was really good defense from Dewalt. Sziky's trying to test the multitask of Dewalt, but not working out for him. Meanwhile, we've got Ling's going to try and go down to the bottom side of the map and take down this third base, and they may be able to cancel it.
This would be pretty big.
He
How long you can delay this third?
He didn't cancel.
Wow.
I do not think that was a cancel. Dewalt still has a big bank, so in the end, was it a big loss for him? Maybe not, since he has such a bank, or he did have a bank for just a second, but that's a nice pick off. And this one I was gonna say is, now that Sziky has shown drops, all of a sudden Dewalt also has to be worried that the center could be taken, and that's exactly what Ziky's doing right now. But look at this, Dewalt's setting up for a huge attack, and this is something you don't see very often. The Nat and third base are going to be linked up with Sunkens. He's slowly building that creep closer and closer to each other. We've got another drop potential going to the mid in just a second. They're going to his base in just a second is what I meant.
And that lurker was out of pocket, dude.
Damn, look how many cannons Dewalt had to build in his main because he's just so worried about this drop. And here comes another drop, but he doesn't really have that many units in his main. Okay, actually he left a storm.
Whoa. the drop over there is just like, okay, maybe we don't drop here. It sees the Templar, heads back out. I just feel like though, forcing, like, because of the drop, right, forcing this many cannons when your opponent is mining out is just so good, because you're seriously cutting into their ability to have an army presence on the map and take a third.
Yeah, and Dewalt is almost mined out. He's basically mined out in his Nat. The drops are the only reason he's not mined out in his main, and Dewalt, you can't attack into this.
Yeah, how you gonna fight this, man?
You flat out can't do this. This is... No, sir, we gotta turn around. If he busts through all this, I don't even know. Yeah, okay. He is going to back off, and he is gonna double expand off of this. I think this is the smart move. He needs to find the mid, though. There's no Nidus, there's no completed hive. This is his one moment where he could knock it down, but he doesn't know about it just yet. Well, actually, he can't knock it down, because I forgot there's overlords with drops.
This is a little risky. I feel like Dewalt really wants to cut down on the lurker count here, and he's just trying to shave off a couple of units, but it's just... The angle is not super great, right? It's not a super wide angle that he can come in and take this and just kind of fight the lurkers one at a time. There's the static defense, there's all the lings as well, and he just... I feel like when you're doing this, you're committing so many storms just to defend your army from the ground army while you shave this off. And then now he kind of is just... He's kind of out of stuff that he can use for now. He has... Now, while this army's across the map, though, Dewalt has been able to get his third base down. He has a fourth on the way. So maybe the intention of this attack is just to keep Sziky from killing him, or killing his bases.
Well, I think you kind of just have to stand here, right? Because this is a very close...
Oh, hello.
Close pathway, so Storm can just eat through everything. That's a pretty good... No, actually, I thought it was a decent Storm, but actually doesn't kill almost any of the Hydras. Archon falls. Look at that body block of the single Hydra to prevent the Archon morph. He is going to knock down that shuttle just barely, but Nidus is complete. Oh, actually not complete. Okay, now it's going to finish, and he is going to get some units out. Yep, and he will save this. Now, this is a big base. Maybe not necessarily the biggest base for Sziky to take. I mean, it does have 10 patches, but you see this has double gas? Protoss really wants double gas, so the fact that Sziky's the one that's taking it is huge for him, denying all that additional potential Archons, potential Templar, potential heavy tech that Dewalt could use that gas towards. Well, I gotta say though, Doc Holliday, when I was imagining how this map would split, I was not imagining it to be this direction, towards Zerg, and Zerg as the mid. I thought for sure Sziky would go to top left and Dewalt to top right.
The thing is, though, this is a really aggressive position for Dewalt. It seems to be paying dividends here. I really kind of... I mean, he's keeping Sziky from really getting out on the map and eating the whole thing up. He's on 4 bases, so now he's got a new lease on life, right? I was worried he was going to get contained outside his natural expansion much earlier in this game, but now he's got quite a long time before he becomes irrelevant again. And so if he keeps this, pressure up, if he keeps doing significant amounts of harassment and stuff like that, he can find himself a really good, look at this drop!
Yeah, it gets a lot of damage done, a lot of value. I think he even has an additional Zealot and more Storm. Yep, that's another one. He gets like 5 more drones. Fantastic. And we saw his shuttle on the minimap. It's going to go towards the 3rd base now. And I don't know if there's a sunken there either. There's more drones, and they are completely free. Oh, no.
What I really want to see, though, is I want to start seeing some Reavers really bad.
Oh, I just realized, does he not have a Spire?
Yeah, there's no mutas. There's been no mutas for forever. There's been no Scourge for super long. Like, this is just so hard to deal with.
He drew the attention of Sziky to the left side with that shuttle. Meanwhile, he's elevatoring in Zealot Archon into the mid. Now, will this work? I don't think so, because the Nidus is there. Now, if he had elevated in Reaver and, like, instantly knocked down the Nidus, that could have been a little bit different. But Sziky's going to hold this quite easily with his Nidus play. There's the Plague, which is obviously devastating for Protoss. Dewalt needs to start thinking about getting a 5th base soon, because I realize 4 base versus 4 base is a decent position for Zerg, or for Protoss, but you're not getting through this Nat entrance. It's just not happening. So he needs to get some more money, I think.
Yeah, the center base also counts a little bit more than a base. And of course, Zyky's also taking top left as well. So things are slowly going to start spiraling out of control here, as the Zerg is really able to bank up kind of resources and make a bit stronger of an army. There was a position there for a while, though, that I felt like Dewalt was looking pretty good. He had a big supply advantage, and he was doing pretty well economically. But as you can see, Zyky's slowly starting to really ramp up here. This harassment's really good, but drones are... I mean, once you have a certain number of hatcheries, drones are not that difficult to replace.
Yeah, it's kind of like... when I watch Terran versus Protoss, they're Vulture harassing like 8 Nexus. I'm like, okay, well, this guy can rebuild his probes in like 2 seconds. So I don't know if that's really worth. We did see another drop to mid-left, but unfortunately that Templar didn't have any energy, so absolutely no damage done there. Probe count is kind of undersaturated at that 3rd base, but good saturation at the 4th. I'm sure he has probes transferring to top right, I guess. Otherwise, if he doesn't, probe count may be kind of a bit low for Dewalt, maybe sitting around at just 50, but that means that he does have an insane army. But as you stated before, the Hive Tech is just insane versus Gateway, man. So even if you have additional 10 supply or something in army compared to workers, I mean, Plague's just still going to obliterate you regardless. We need Reavers, man.
The big problem, too, is that you're progressing towards a maxed out Protoss, right? So there comes a point where you have to throw units away in order to upgrade your army. It's not just that, like, you know, your units like can just fight. You have to like get rid of some units in order to fit Reavers into the army. If you head towards max with such a low tech army. Of course, Dewalt has been very active with using his army here with all the drops and harassment going on, but I don't know. I just want to see Reavers here, because at this point, with Defiler Lurker on the field, there's nothing really Protoss is able to do. You don't really want to be using 2 storms to kill, you know, at best 2 to 3 lurkers.
Yeah, Dewalt's continuing to go for this harassment. He's gotten a lot of damage done with his storms, but he needs to get the more high-tech units. Actually, I think he should start conserving his gas, because Sziky really hasn't even been attacking at all. Like, he's just simply fending off this harassment, and he's fine with that, because he's still on 5 bases. He's at even supply. Zerg's upgrades are insane, too, and he's killing Templars every single time these drops come in. We've got another...
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think this was a much better game plan when the Spire wasn't out. You know, the shuttle was trading significantly more efficiently when there was no Scourge on the field. But now that the Spire's been replaced and Scourge are catching these drops and really minimizing the amount of damage and annoyance that they can cause, I think that we really got to start thinking about a transition here. Because beforehand, the shuttles were able to just sit over high ground and kind of take up that mental energy that it takes to keep track of all of the drops. But now it's kind of, we're in a position where the drops are no longer posing a significant threat outside of the initial time that they show up.
Yeah, I think Sziky doesn't even know about bottom middle. If he did know about bottom middle, he may go for like a Doom drop there with Dark Swarm. Okay, he does find out that, hey, you repositioned your army, and I'm just going to instantly get rid of that. And now Dewalt has to make a decision. Is he going to go for a counterattack, or is he going to try and save potentially bottom right? Looks like he is just going to try and push through. Wow, he absolutely demolished those Lings, Hydras, and Lurkers. He's got a lot left over, but there's... Oh no, don't do that! He gets rid of the Lurker, but takes a lot of damage. But here comes that single Defiler and just a handful of Lings. There's no Storm, so this is a completely open Nexus if he wants it.
Oh my gosh. Look how many Lurkers there are, too.
Oh, and this is why Monopoly is so hard to play on. I mean, Dewalt's completely out of position. There's no way he can turn around now. Look, he's trying to turn around half his army, but this base is dead. The Storms are fantastic, but it's still not going to be enough. Great Plague at the top side. Sziky, where is his army though? Does he have enough to hold his top left? I'm surprised.
I think
that he
does.
wouldn't.
That army's like half Templar. Look at the one Sunken just murdering all of these Dragoons here.
Yeah, they're almost getting one-shotted because they got plagued. This base ends up actually surviving, maybe just barely. But the entire army of Dewalt got reset at top left. Actually, that Nexus might end up dying to just a handful of Lings.
Yeah. It's literally one Ling left. Here comes the reinforcements, but man. Yeah, that was crazy, dude. That 6 HP Sunken MVP of the game killed himself like 5 Dragoons by himself here. Like, it's just too good.
And Lings clean up the rest of the army, and losing the third base, obviously huge win for Sziky, but it also, cuts off Dewalt from saving the fourth base. But I think Sziky still doesn't realize that there's a base here. However, the Templar comes out, shows himself, and now Sziky's going to be made aware that there is a base there. Another harassment to the center of the map, but the army of Dewalt just is non-existent right now.
Yeah, every single drone could die up here, and it wouldn't make too much of a difference at this point. As you can see, the supplies are now have finally inverted. Sziky is essentially even right now with Dewalt, and has been ahead on, depending on the timing of the production rounds here. But this is like no one ever said, "Hey, can I fight a Defiler Lurker on even supply?" Because it's like it's one of, if not the most supply efficient army that I could think of. You know what I mean? Ridiculous efficiency.
Well, all these storm drops have killed so many drones, and actually there was a point just a second ago where Sziky really wasn't mining very efficiently at all. His main's mined out, Nat's mined out, third base is mined out. He's really just mining on his middle base and top left. He does have, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 6 base going up at the top left side of the map. And Dewalt's going to try and make another attack, but Lurkers are already into position, so that's going to be denied again. Oh, drop to top right. I think there's multiple storms available on those Templars, so this may not be a successful drop. More shuttles to the middle. He really wants to deny this base. That's going to be another storm drop, I imagine. Maybe not. Oh my god, there's so many drones this time around. So that's actually a fantastic drop, killing so many drones.
Yeah, this is a pretty critical timing to be slowing Sziky down. The mineral economy is really what's gating him from exploding out the gate here with tons of units. He's got such a ludicrous amount of gas in comparison to those minerals. But the one thing that Zerg is really good at doing is spending gas on extremely efficient units. You can really, when you're low on minerals, you can really expend a lot of money on Lurkers to slow the game down and buy you some time to get your drone count back up. Maybe not quite as good as making a bazillion Templars when you have a bunch of gas, but still nonetheless very strong. And the supply count is still not crazy in favor of Dewalt here. Now, Dewalt, I think, seems to have a pretty nice little army here. And since we don't have super complexity here, I think he might be able to get something done. The Plague was on the Dragoons here, but I would have liked to see it on the Zealots.
Well, there's no Observer, so... Oh, there is Observer. And finally the storm will clear it out. But, I mean, look how effective Lings plus literally one Lurker is. He's going to knock down all the Zealots, knock down an Archon. Another Storm drop.
Oh, great Storm drop.
Yeah, really good Storm. I mean, Dewalt's literally everywhere. He's multitasking his heart out. The problem is it's just so hard to actually do anything on this map other than harass. I mean, the Storm harassment has been amazing.
Yeah.
But it's just impossible to do anything else.
And as you can see, Sziky's economy, I mean, he's slowly, you know, kind of getting back into this. It's just, I feel like Dewalt is slowly going to just run out of any time, and Sziky's eventually going to get drone count to the top. And, you know, then what do? It's very hard to contend with just these small amounts of units. Protoss units don't function very well in low numbers.
Yeah, and Sziky knows the army's at top left, so he counterattacks bottom right. I mean, that's exactly what you should do. Lurkers setting up. Even 4 Lings to buffer for the Lurkers is going to allow the Lurkers to dish out a ton of damage. That's another big Clang, which does like 500 points of damage for free, basically.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous. DeWalt, I mean, if he loses this 3rd base, it may just trigger him to all in top left. He has to kill a base. He hasn't been able to kill mid left or the middle base at all. I mean, he's killed a lot of drones, but he's got to actually knock a base down. That base ended up dying. The 3rd base is down for Dewalt, so he's basically on 1 base mining now, because I imagine bottom middle should be mined out. Well, actually, he's still on 2 base mining for now, but this is a struggle. Look how low his gas is. You see it ticking up almost 2 at a time? That's because he's basically dry on almost all of his assimilators.
The Observer gets sniped here, too. Like, these 2-3 Lurkers here are now... Oh, there's another one. Okay. Even still, though, like... Look how few units you really need to defend a base as Zerg. You know? Yeah, Zerg is so happy to be in these low econ trades where you're just like a couple units versus a couple units.
And there's no Observer there either, so this base continues to get denied by 5 Hydras, 5 Lurkers. Finally, we see the first Reaver. That's great. This is going to potentially go into the ultra mega late game if he can consolidate defense, I guess, at top mid. I'm trying to think how this map would split. If DeWalt gets bottom right, I'd put him on 4 base. 1, 2, 3, 5 base. If he can get top middle, it's going to be 6 bases. But Sziky's still going to always be up a base simply because he has the middle.
The Reaver, though, is huge here, right? One of the things is, like, because Sziky's so low on economy, he doesn't really have a great way to answer a Reaver. If we all of a sudden start seeing some Reaver pressure, I feel like because the economy has not quite recovered yet, we might see a bust somewhere. There's a lot of Archons. With the Reaver here, what do the Lings do?
Okay. There's no answer to the Reaver, like you said. Now finally going to start racking up a lot of kills with this Reaver, but there's no Observer, so he can't... Oh, there is an Observer. Oh, you gotta be careful. Scourge moving in. The Reaver gets off a shot. He knocks down the Observer, but that's fine. He can lose the Observer because there's no Lurkers here. Actually, DeWalt may have found an opening, and with the Reaver to support the Goons, all of a sudden there's a lot of firepower to deal with Lings, and behind this... Oh wow, Sziky realized that's exactly what's going on. He moves all of his units. That's a great pickup. Reaver does not get off another shot, but more Zealots moving into position. There's no Observer now, though. He's Storm. No Observer. Oh, look at the Archons. But hot pickup on the Overlords to pick off those drones. He does save the drones, but look at the supplies of Sziky. They plummeted down to 94. If he can get an Observer over here, he should be able to save the majority of his army. That's a good Storm. Hits a decent, or gets maybe 2 of the Lurkers, maybe just 1.
This was the move, man. Look at Sziky just desperately spending his minerals as soon as they come in. He's like making like 2 Zerglings at a time here with his production rounds.
Yeah, losing all those drones was a huge loss for Sziky. He's basically... Well, he's not mining, but he's only on 2 base mining now. He doesn't have good saturation either. Look at that, he's mining with 13 drones on minerals. He has almost no eco. Did DeWalt do it?
I think he has, man. Look at this. The Lurkers that came up here, well, these are not replaceable units anymore. The Observers showed up, the army, oh my god.
What a game from both players. I cannot believe DeWalt won that game. I thought after mid was taken, for sure Sziky's going to take, because where do you attack? You just flat out can't attack anywhere. But the Storm drops, they're relentless. Just non-stop drone kills. You know, at some point I thought, okay, they're not worth anymore. They can't be worth. But when you see there's only 13 drones mining at the end, I guess that was literally what did it for DeWalt. I can't believe that Sziky ran out of money.
Yeah, dude. Dewalt was on his last legs. He just decides to go Super Saiyan. Finally brings out the Reaver, ends up crushing a critical base. And dude, it was the real key though is Sziky was just like starving for minerals for the last like 10 minutes of that game. Could not establish an economy because, as you said, Dewalt was just relentless with the harassment. I almost felt like it wasn't like the harassment wasn't doing enough, but he just stalled Sziky out for long enough that he finally got out the Reaver and is able to crush a base. I can't believe that worked out for him. That was so clinical by Dewalt. I mean, you were saying this is a Protoss graveyard, and he made it into a game even after the double gas, double mineral line mid was taken and never got cracked.
Yeah, I can't believe that Dewalt won that game. You know, I was looking at chat after I was talking about how Monopoly's an impossible map for Protoss, and Bonnet was like, okay, well then why did Dewalt ban Gladiator? Well, because Gladiator is just equally bad, I guess. I mean, literally almost an impossible map. You could see, like, anytime Dewalt's out of position, just instantly counterattack from Sziky. I can't believe it. And that means that Dewalt, he moves into the winner's match, which sets us up for an epic ZVP, because we've seen Hawk crush all of NA. I don't think he lost a single game versus Protoss, but now he's going to be going up against arguably the best Protoss in Europe, and Dewalt looks very menacing, especially if he's going to kill Sziky on Monopoly. So I'm very excited for this matchup. We're going to go into a break, and then we'll come back with that and find out who's going to be our first player moving on into the winner's bracket of the round of 12. And we are back, guys, and we're actually not going to be going into Hawk versus Dewalt first. We're going to go into our losers match, which is going to be Ptak versus Sziky. It's going to be a ZVZ, and again, we're going to have Monopoly. And we've seen weird games on this map, ZVZ. I think Ptak was the one that had Ultras ZVZ last time I saw it. I think he did play Sziky on here. Like, they actually had another Hive Tech game, so we have potential to see another wild one, Duck Holiday.
Did you just say Ultras and
Yeah,
ZVZ?
I said, yeah, Ultras.
Ultras is like the worst unit that you can make in ZVZ. I'd rather see a queen. You know what I mean? Holy crap, that is wild. I gotta go back and watch that VOD then. That is nuts. I mean, I just don't... Why do you ever make Ultras? They lose to everything in the game.
Do they? Do they, though? I'm pretty sure if one Ultra versus Terran gets put on the map, comboed with a Dark Swarm, it kills everything, right? Or am I wrong?
Okay, versus Terran. Versus Zerg, though, what do you want Ultras against? They suck versus Cracklings. They suck versus Hydras. They suck versus Lurkers. They suck versus Mutas. What unit are you making to make Ultras against?
Yeah, it is true. ZVZ, I don't know why you would ever build Ultras. I mean, we know what the killer units are in ZVZ. Clearly, if it's an air battle, Devour is up there.
Oh, yeah,
Plague is up there. Dark Swarm is amazing versus Zerg 2 if they ever end up going ground. You know, if you have Mutas versus Hydras and you got a Dark Swarm, well, all of a sudden Mutas can't do any damage. So, I agree. For ZVZ, Ultras, not the most ideal. I think in the end, Sziky ended up taking that game, but it was a wild one. But I'm sure Sziky is thinking about that game now that he's getting a rematch here versus Ptak, and it's going to be on the same map.
Yeah, so Ptak has... this season has just some great games, man. But you're still going against the Zerg Terminator, dude. Like, Sziky's Zerglings are just like 10 to 15% stronger than anyone else's Zerglings because his micro is so insane. In that early game, like, just have, like, pulling 2 Lings back at the perfect time can just snowball you to a victory. There is no Zerg that I'd be more scared of to go up against it, you know, in this matchup. So Ptak has got to come up with a nice game plan because I'm a little worried that because he's a little bit more passive of a Zerg that, you know, that Sziky's just going to assert his, you know, very decisive gameplay plan on him, and he's just going to get crushed.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sziky's a favorite here. And with all that said, our players are ready. Get on to game 1 of our best of 3, Ptak versus Sziky on Monopoly. So in the bottom left, in the blue, it is Sziky.
And in mid-right, we have, as the red Zerg, Ptak.
Yeah, Sziky by far has the best Ling and Muta control. He's up there with the likes of Eon Zerg and True Touch, but they're not in the tournament. So easily, if I'm going to pick a favorite for ZVZ, Sziky would be the one. And I think he should just go for a solid opener that gets him into, you know, mid-game ZVZ. And because of that, I think you got to open pool here. I don't think we're going, you know, 12 pool. Don't want to risk it versus someone like Ptak. And just trying to get into a even-ish position and then simply outplay Ptak in the mid-game.
The thing is, the thing about this matchup, though, is like at all points in the game, execution is paramount, right? So it's gonna be so hard because, like, what do? You wanna early Ling versus Sziky? He's got the best Ling micro in the game. Okay, well that's out. What do we do next? Okay, we go to a macro game. We go to mid game. Everyone's on 2 bases. We're gonna go some Mutas. Oh, he's got the best Muta micro also. Okay, well what do you do from there? Like, those are like the options, you know?
Yeah, I think, like, in the series we saw Ptak versus Hawk, if we see Mass Scourge from Ptak, he has no chance of winning. Because I don't think really almost any Scourge ever connect onto Sziky's Muta. So if you're going to try and face this guy in a mid-game, it's got to be you simply have better control or you have higher Muta count. Now, I do have to say I like Ptak's build order so far. This was, I think, 12 pool, maybe 11 pool, something like that. But regardless, he is going to have Lings up in time by the time Sziky gets across the map, and he's going to have faster hatch at his natural. He is going to be downcast though, so that is something to think about. But I still think this was a decent opener from Ptak.
Yeah, and I think you also kind of count on Sziky making the early pool in this matchup because he relies. He's so confident in his Zergling usage, you know? I mean, he's constantly making use of small groups of Zerglings in the early games of pretty much every matchup to buy himself an early advantage here. So, 12 pool is like the build to go up against the 9 pool. If you're gonna try to get the maximal build order advantage here, this is spectacular. So, oh my god, though, instantly taking damage on a Zergling.
But the drones racked up a lot of damage. 2 of them got pulled off, and even though the Ling count is in favor of Sziky, that was a decent trade for Ptak. But the problem now is that Lings are being constantly built from Sziky, and he upgraded speed. So we know how deadly he is in Zerg versus Protoss. He's going to be equally deadly if he can sneak in any Lings here. And if he kills even 1 drone, that's going to put Ptak maybe on like 7 drones total. This hatchery might actually die.
Yeah, I mean, any tiny micro mistake at this point, another one of those free Zerglings, it's completely over.
It's over. He found the angle and he kills all the Lings. No. He's going to kill the hatchery, and that means Ptak is going to be all in with later lair, later speed, less drones.
Oh my gosh!
Maybe not.
This is like the ideal build order start. Like at this point, you just want to. You just feel sick. It's like what could I have possibly done?
Not pick Zerg. I guess there it is. No GG. We're out of there, and that means game 1 is over in a heartbeat. And Sziky, like we were saying, man, he's got the insane micro. Like, if you're gonna beat him, you have to have equal micro to him, or you gotta have a build order advantage. I like Ptak's build, but the micro superiority was way in favor of Sziky, and he just ends it in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, Ptak blinked. His Lings are like, all right, we're gonna go to the natural expansion, defend when the Lings come over here. Ptak is like, all right, I'm gonna blink, and already the fight was lost. The one Zergling gets taken out, and one Zergling might as well be like a Reaver in another matchup. It's so important.
Yeah, and the problem for Ptak is I don't see how you're ever going to equal the micro. So when I'm thinking like, okay, I can't keep up with this guy, what would I do? Maybe I cheese him, but this is Zerg versus Zerg. What are you going to do? 4 pool into a 9 pool? Like, that's not going to happen. Like, that's not going to be a winning condition. So what's your options now? Like, you have no option to cheese this guy. Maybe you build like a 9 hatch in your main and try and Ling flood this guy. I mean, I guess that could be.
But even then, you just make a sunken.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, if the guy's going to open safely every time and just simply outplay you, you can't really do anything to him.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, he's got no holes in his game plan to exploit. Like in every other you can kind of go like, all right, I can beat this guy at this time or whatever, versus most players. But ZVZ is so heavily skewed in the favor of the player with good execution, good mechanics. It's just like, how do you outthink a guy who's just gonna beat you at every point in the game?
Yeah, you're not. So I think the best chance Ptak has here, maybe he has some sick build plan for a particular map. I mean, I don't know what map he would pick here. Maybe you want to get on Vermeer, where maybe you can luck out and get cross spawn, and then maybe Lings get there a little bit later for Sziky and he's not able to kill your hatch. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, I that's got to be a demoralizing game number 1 though, to like play like basically the best build versus a 9 pool and still just get absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah. As you stated, when you get slaughtered like this, you just think like, okay, well, what can I do? I honestly don't think there's really anything Ptak can do here. He's just gonna have to accept his fate, really. But he did have an epic game versus Hawk. He did have a good comeback versus Hawk on Vermeer too. So if I was Ptak here, I would pick a Big Mac.
Not a Big Mac, Doc Holly, a big map.
Are you sure you would pick a Big Mac? No. I will
Just be like,
not
you know
take
what?
that.
Screw it. I'm not even gonna play. I'm just gonna go to McDonald's. I'm
Yeah.
done.
Well, I am from NA, right? So that's what we do.
Peru, Mr.
We-
Fat Hamburger himself.
Yeah, Fat Hammer. That's why I got the ID, you know?
Yeah, man. I just I feel like it feels. I feel a little bad, right? Like harping on Ptak's chances here so much. It's not like he's not a good player. He's been showing excellent play. He's clearly a very strong foreigner. But Sziky's the ultimate weapon when it comes to ZVZ. He's got nothing that you can do to him. He typed in power overwhelming in the chat, and now it's just over.
Well, it could very well be true because our players are ready and we've decided that Overwatch is going to be the map. So let's get into game 2 and see if actually Ptak can turn it around here. Okay, in the top left, our red Zerg, it is Sziky.
And in the bottom right, as the blue Zerg, we have Ptak.
I gotta say, I was not expecting to see a 2-player map here. I mean, I guess it is technically cross-spawn, right? But the map's smaller than Vermeer. I'm not sure if this is going to be big enough where his Lings would be in a better position compared to Monopoly, but as expected, we're seeing another 9 pool from Sziky, and he's just gonna say like, hey, well, you're gonna have to out-micro me, and we know that's just unlikely to happen. This is probably gonna be the 11 pool again for Ptak. There it is. So again, he's gonna have the same build. We'll see if he can execute it better this time.
On the plus side, the ramp, like if he deals with the initial Lings, the annoying bridge at the natural expansion will be significantly easier to shut down further aggression once the Ling speed kicks in and, Sziky tries to flood him. But as you said, I'm not sure how the initial fight is going to change at all here. But to be honest, I mean, Ptak is good enough where he shouldn't make the same mistake, right? Like, that game was decided by that one Ling just going down right away. So as long as Ptak holds on for a little bit longer, pays a little bit more attention to his natural expansion at that very critical moment, I don't see it happening again. It might, but I don't think that Ptak is going to make the same mistake twice in this situation.
I don't think he will either. Now, I'm trying to think, is that speed and lair, or is it just lair? So I think it is just lair, and that means that there's not going to be speed advantage this time around for Sziky. So Ptak should be able to fend this off a little bit better. I do remember that Ptak pulled 2 drones. Not sure what the exact drone count you want to pull with your army is, but again, he's pulling 2 drones. And it is 4 versus 6, though, so he does need to be careful again.
Here we go. But no big losses taken, and now this natural expansion should be very happy to get up here. Now, the thing is, though, is that this layer is going to be super duper fast now. And now instead of worrying about the Lings, now you got to worry about the Muta. So the game has just changed here, but you're still on the back foot timing-wise. And you know that Sziky is going to make maximal... Oh my gosh. Okay. I thought he was about to snipe that off. Sziky's going to make, like, essentially maximal efficiency out of the time that he has, where you don't have mutas and he does.
Oh, he tried to sneak in those 3 Lings, get a drone kill, but not able to get one. Ptak should know that this is a different game this time around simply because speed is not kicked in, so he knows lair has been rushed. And we still see no lair from Ptak, so again, this is going to be another evolution chamber game. He does have double hatch, and he does have additional larva, so he may be able to actually strike while Sziky is building Mutalisk. That's something you always have to consider when you're a one-hatching player, but with the ramp, Sziky should trade very favorably.
Yeah, look at that arc. You're going to get like 4 Zerglings fighting that entire group of units up top there.
Yeah, and so Ptak's not going to risk it. The arc too strong. I watched enough Artosis streams to know that sitting in an arc leads to victory for that player. So Spire is about to finish for Sziky. Ptak is not going to commit to a Ling bust here, and he is just going to allow the game to play out. And he played a decent game versus Hawk when it got to this state, so we'll see if he can play out a similar game versus Sziky. Now, this is the engage that Ptak wants to have on the bridge, but look, it's an overwhelming amount of Lings for Sziky.
Yeah, this is actually weird, right? Like how you're the player with the extra hatch and somehow you're winning the Ling fight. Now, again, the bridge is just such a critical part of this map here. And holding this for long enough to get something up is going to be important. But the colony here at the front, if he doesn't make this into a spore, he's going to have a very difficult time holding off the mutas. But this is clearly a sunken position in the creep colony. So, I mean, the mutas are going to be very scary. There's so much room for to exploit in the main right now.
Yep, this is one of the downsides of Evolution Chamber play is you're gonna build more than one spore at.
Oh my gosh, that's a spore at the front.
Yeah, but the bottom side of the minerals are open, and we're gonna have maybe an engagement at the bridge.
I almost feel like why even bother making that spore, because that spore isn't gonna help very much at all.
Well, it does make it tricky for Sziky here. And actually, Ptak, I thought he was going to counterattack with these 4 Lings, but instead he brings them back. And I guess we're just going to have the game play out similar to how we saw versus Hawk, where Sziky's going to take his Nat. He's going to start powering up now. Ptak actually didn't take much damage there, so he's in a decent position, but he does need to get his Nat gas up pretty soon. Oh, actually, how did these sneak in? I didn't even notice them get in.
Yeah, Ptak ran out in front, and this is crazy.
Well,
the unit's really getting stuck up here, but if he gets enough damage on this, the mutas can just come in here. They don't have to finish it. It's got so little HP, and now the main is just free.
Yeah, it's free. There's 6 mutas. However, there are a lot of Lings for Ptak, so the Ling counterattack is going to buy him time. Oh, no, he's got to go for it. He's got to trade something. He cannot let this spore die. If it dies, the game's over, because it's also an open spire. Oh my god, that's going to be a dead spore. This other spore is morphing, but this is a lot of Lings coming across the map. Now, there are 2 mutas and 2 Lings. However, there are a ton of Lings coming. But that's also, the spire's completely open too, Dakali, so that's going to die.
You can just abandon the natural expansion, go 1 base versus 1 base, and then you have the Mutatech. Oh my gosh, Ptak doesn't even commit to killing the natural expansion!
Oh, he wants to pick off the spire, or he wants to pick off the skirt. Look at this, the turnaround on a dime. I didn't even see that Muta turn around, and it still just fired. Okay, Doc Holliday, let's get the FP view. It's going to be looking like in a mirror, right, when you play Zerg versus Zerg. Let's see the expert Muta play.
Oh my god.
I'm surprised he didn't kill the spire.
Why? Why? Who cares? Who cares about the spire? You're Sziky.
Yeah, you're just showing off.
You just kill the units. You don't care.
Oh, I guess it's over. We're out. Oh no, it's not over. Okay, now we're out.
Just like, okay, all right. So Ptak made Scourge. Can we I feel like in almost every game, that's a really good idea. But I feel like making Scourge versus Sziky just doesn't make any sense. Because they're never going to hit anything, right?
Yeah. That's what I said. It's just a waste of money. Because they don't connect. I mean, you saw it. He spins around and they shoot. It's crazy. It's what every Zerg player dreams of being able to do. You can't do it. It's just absurd. Which is why I said you have to be willing to out-micro him or have like a massive build order. But because of how he plays, you're never going to have the build order advantage. I mean, it might be slight, but then he's going to out-micro you. I mean, it's just unreal, man. And Sziky, he eliminates Ptak here. Unfortunately for Ptak, I got to say, he got one of the hardest groups I think you could possibly get for him. I mean, you got Sziky, then you've got Hawk, and then you've got Dewalt. I mean, who there is weak? Nobody, really. Like, it's just how it falls sometimes.
He showed some great play, though. That's the thing. Like, I honestly thought that he was going to get, kind of beat up a little bit more than he did, There was not... I don't think there was a time where I was like, oh yeah, Ptak is just shouldn't be in this group. You know what I mean? Like, he did his best. There's always going to be a player who you consider to be the underdog in a group, and unfortunately for him, it was this one. But he still played really incredibly well. I'm very glad to see how well he's done this season so far.
Yeah, it is quite the accomplishment to make it to the top 16, but in the end, his BSL run is done. Nicely done from Ptak, though. Good games overall. And now we're going to be going into a break, and then we will be back with Hawk versus Dewalt, a ZVP. It's time for our winners match, Doc Holliday. It's Hawk versus Dewalt. You think Hawk can do it, man? Dewalt, he looks unstoppable.
So I think he can. Do I think he will? It's a bit of a different question. The thing is, people talk about Hawk in as the never realized Omega Gosu of NA. Like people talk like he seems to have kind of like Gypsy, where he's just supremely talented. And I think that Hawk on a good day can certainly win this. Question is, how is he feeling? I don't know. But he should be fairly warmed up at this point. So if he comes out with his A game, I definitely think that he's got a good shot. But you still have to put the ball in Dewalt's court. He's been looking like a monster. The shuttle play that we saw was just insane, and it's going to be so difficult for Hawk to deal with that constant aggression on his side. Even with, as you said, like maps like Monopoly, where, very difficult for a Protoss player to win. Dewalt has shown that he has a very repeatable, very replicable style that he just is going to be. It's really hard to stop him from doing that, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Again, there's just not too many holes for Hawk to exploit, so he's just going to have to outplay him in a very solid, honest way. And Hawk has the potential for that, but man, it's Dewalt. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, definitely not going to be easy because Dewalt looked fantastic versus Sziky, even winning on Monopoly, which I thought was impossible. But Hawk was in the chat. I noticed him in the chat making some comments, so he definitely watched those games. So watching those games, he may have come up with some type of game plan versus Dewalt. But yeah, it's going to be a really hard match for Hawk. I'm trying to think, how did he play versus the Protoss players I remember in NA? I remember versus Jaeyoon. I think he played some Hydra style. I think we saw 9-7, maybe not 9-7-3, but I think I remember one game seeing a massive contain. We saw Sziky try to go for a contain on Monopoly. Ended up not working out, but it did force out a lot of cannons. And also Hawk saw that the drop play, even though it didn't get a lot of probe kills, it did force a lot of cannons from Dewalt in his main. So he may be thinking like, okay, well maybe if I get Monopoly versus Dewalt, even though Sziky lost with the drops, maybe with a little bit better or luck, or a little bit more luck on his side, maybe he could make that a victory for him.
Yeah, I certainly think that Hawk already has an idea of how Dewalt plays, but it's always really nice to see kind of like what shape your opponent is in his previous series before you get to go in against him. I think that you're right, though. A Hydra play might be the right call here, because while it didn't really quite work out for Sziky, it was so close, right? He had 3 lurkers outside the natural. If he had just like maybe 4 or 5 more Hydralisks, that could have been a 2-base contain, which would have been completely fatal. Once you're contained in your natural expansion as a Protoss player with lurkers out there, it's very difficult to make anything happen. So I think that would be a really great play for Hawk to try out, and I'm very excited to see what he does.
Yeah, and I'm excited that our first map is going to be Monopoly. See if Dewalt can get a second victory on here, or if Hawk can show the Zerg power. Let's get into game 1. Okay, in the bottom left, our red Protoss, it is Dewalt.
And sitting pretty at the top of the map, we have our blue Zerg, Hawk.
Alright, well, you were talking about Overpool versus 11 Hatch. Does Hawk strike you as an 11 Hatch player over Overpool?
I haven't seen him play for a while, but I believe so. Because there was a moment in time where people started doing 11 Hatch, right? And that was kind of like a big NA thing. I know Jane was a huge advocate of it, and Hawk travels around in those circles as well. Yeah, so I would say if I had to make a bet right now, I would say go for the Hatch first.
Yeah, I don't remember if Hawk has been playing the 11 Hatch in our NA games. Okay, well, it is going to be the 11 Hatch. There he goes. So no Overpool. So I guess Dewalt is not going to necessarily have to worry about Lings sneaking in to his main like they did on Butter. And okay, it is going to come down. Meanwhile, Dewalt, not going to first scout, but it's a 3-player map, so not a big deal. But what is a big deal is that Hawk will see that unlike the game on Monopoly versus Sziky, this is going to be a gateway expand.
It's funny. I'm still thinking about that question about what the build order is. I feel like NA has like a big picture style. Like all of our players are very big picture, macro-oriented thinkers. I just don't. I feel like 11 hatch is like an NA style strategy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean a
our
lot.
Players. Oh, sorry, continue.
Now, I was going to say every region has their own styles, their own ideas of how the game should play. I mean, we saw China, specifically J-Star, 2-gate every game.
I feel like our players are less concerned with lethality in NA. They're not looking to get my 6 slings arrived and the cannon is not quite up yet. So they're not, that's a free game. I feel like they're looking more to play very solid mid and late game and not lose any kind of like early advantages.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if you think you're the better player, why risk losing it in the early game when you can just win it in the mid and late game? Now, I'm not saying Hawk thinks that, especially not versus someone like Dewalt, but you know, some people do think that in general. Now we do have Zealot Pro. He misclicked, actually, focused the wrong egg, and that means that the probe dies. And well, I mean, it's still going to be dangerous with this Zealot, and we know he has some of the best Zealot control right there.
Wow.
He gets 1.
That is surprising. I mean, I doubt that this was just a gimme at this point. I thought this Zealot was free. But no, he's still out there getting kills. Now, 1 drone versus 11 hatch is nice, but remember, we just have more larvae, you know? So, you can replace drones pretty quick. Now, the question is, though, there's already a lot of lings to deal with 1 Zealot.
Yeah, and this is an interesting build from Hawk because this is not going to be 11 hatch into a 3rd hatch. This is fast lair. And he also kept all of his lings alive. Okay, I was going to say, you know, when you keep a lot of lings alive, you can actually combo lings plus lurkers. Lings soak up all the hits while the lurkers just AoE the cannons from a distance. But not going to be the case. It is going to be very fast Spire timing. And I know players like Sulky in the past played like this. I remember Machine talking to me about how Sulky would play like this. But I don't think we've seen almost any Zergs in BSL actually play this 2-hatch low eco fast Spire play.
I kind of thought that this was going to be the meta for a little bit when Sulky started doing that. Because I remember everyone's like, dude, Sulky's playing 2-hatch CVP. And so for a second there, I thought everyone's going to start doing it, but it turned out like it was just like way too hard. But in this situation, you know, I'm a little surprised that we're not denying scouting a little bit harder and like really going for it, because the Zealot was kicked out so quick. This should be a big clue for Dewalt, seeing kind of like the timing of the 3rd, I feel like.
Yeah, he knows it's really late. And remember, the Zealot was alive so long, he saw the lair. Well, okay, we're actually just going to have this tiny attack. 2 Zealots and a Goon. And this is going to hit right in between the mutas popping out. So this is a slick timing. It's also went unscouted by Hawk.
Yeah, look at the attack path. So smart.
And look at the probe. The probe is drawing all the lings out of position. Oh my gosh, this game may already be doomsday for Hawk. He's still just barely out of vision.
Oh, he sees it.
Oh, he made Scourge. That doesn't help. He's going to catch the probe or the Goon. No, he doesn't. He catches the probe. But look, it's 6 lings versus 2 Zealots and a Goon. You're not winning that fight. 3 Zealots and a Goon. We're in the probe line, Doc Holiday.
Here we go, though. Excellent drone drill, completely negating the Dragoon's DPS.
Yeah, that was really fantastic. But the Zealots are still alive. Okay, both of them end up falling, and the Goon is going to fall too. Actually, Hawk held this with almost no losses. He didn't lose any drones either, I don't think. Now Dewalt is scrambling to try and get some economic damage done.
Dude, now you gotta be scared about your natural expansion. I think there's 2 cannons, so it's not, completely... But, like, the mutas are about to come out. And you can bust the front with Ling and Muta. You can just focus down the cannons with the Muta, and then the Ling's kind of just a move at the front to distract all the units and take additional fire from the cannons.
Yeah, he could go for a move like that, but Sarah count is already at 3, so I think this is a wise decision to not go for like an all-in bust there. Scourge do not get a read on how many Sarahs are complete, and actually Hawk used this fast Spire as a bait to just force out a lot of Corsairs, force out a move from Dewalt, and behind this he's actually powering really hard. It's pure drones, absolutely no mutas at all, only 1 round of Scourge.
I like it. Although we did see a couple of, it looks like we're maybe upgrading, like air armor or air carapace or something like that. Because we saw a pretty significant drop in gas, but this is probably very scary right now because the Corsairs are not confident in like going around and scouting everything right now.
Yeah, he does have 5 Sares. Okay, actually that's a lot of Scourge. So Hawk may actually go into a big round of mutas in just a second because the Scourge, if you're thinking about it from Protoss' point of view, like, okay, this guy hasn't done anything. He's probably powering. So the Sares may start moving out. And if the Scourge catch these Sares with mutas like right now, this could be game-ending damage. Like, it would just allow Hawk to run away with the game. But there is a 30 supply lead for Dewalt right now. He is attacking, but it's only 4 Zealots. But you gotta be careful. That's a lot of Sares. Oh, here comes the Scourge.
Here they go. And they're being split and controlled very nicely. I feel like the Muta switch is maybe the most unfair thing about this matchup. And that, like, if you lose your Sares, then you don't know what to do at that point. It's like you have to take a gamble. Do I remake all my Sares? And if I do that, then I don't have enough Templar to deal with a huge Hydra push. Like, that's the really scary thing. So the fact that he decided not to commit those Sares into that and pulled them back as soon as the Scourge showed up was really, really important.
Yeah, that was a smart move, and he kept all of them alive. He's going up to 7 Sares. Second Forge coming in for Dewalt, so he's going to really start ramping up his upgrades. I noticed that the Scourge already have +1 armor, and behind all this, I mean, the Zealots killed maybe 3 drones, which is decent, but not a lot of damage really, and none of the Scourge really died. None of the Lings really died. So this is still going to be 3 base eco for Hawk, 3 gas also. Zealots do confirm a 3rd gas being mined, and that should trigger Dewalt.
We're going to see the mutas too.
Yeah, trigger him into more and more Corsairs, and maybe even an Archon. Well, these Zealots, well, I think they are actually going to survive because the mutas aren't going to be willing to commit into that many Sares for just a couple of Zealots. Meanwhile, Drone Man still coming out, and there is the double Archon that I was expecting. Now, we saw somebody make a move like this versus Eon Zerg a long time ago. Maybe it was Bonneth? Try and range the Sunkens from... I mean, I think you can actually shoot that... No, that Sunken's a little bit too far away, but Zealot Archon timing with Sares is very, very strong, and there's really not much defense other than these 2 Sunkens.
Sunkens are good, but you have the ultimate anti-air composition, so they're basically the only guys that can do anything in this fight here.
Yeah, Lings.
Here comes the Bazillion Scourge. Oh my god! Oh, no, okay.
They don't
connect. I was gonna say, looked like they were about to get on it, but unfortunately not, and this natural expansion, super exposed here.
The Archon not attacking though. It's not helping out to knock down that Hydrogen. He needs to get in there, knocks down that Hydrogen. Drones being pulled off. Double Sunken is still alive. There's still so many Sares left over that the mutas can't even fight it. That Archon is being focused down by the Sunken, but I think Dewalt has done it. He's hitting at a moment of vulnerability. More and more Zealots flooding in. Actually, the Archon got sniped.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe he's about to hold this.
He may hold it, but he is taking a ton of damage. Oh, actually, the Scourge get multiple connections. He eliminates almost every single Sare. How did he hold that?
What just happened? I thought for sure the reinforcing Zealots were going to crush this natural expansion. Oh my god.
Yeah, I thought for sure maybe the Zealots don't kill the Expo, but I thought that the Sares were just going to kill everything, but it's not the case. He lost every single Sare, and now Hawk has 6 hatches. He's getting his econ rebuilt. He's got multiple Sunkens going up at his natural again. They are going to complete, so that's not going to be a vulnerable base. And look at how those eggs morph actually at the 3rd base. They can't. Yeah. They prevent Zealots and Archons from getting in. So that is a very cute placement of the hatchery.
There are only 2 Sunks here, though. But as you said, because the Corsair count got reset, this Archon's basically the only thing stopping these all of these Zealots from just getting murdered. And there are a lot of Mutalisks in the air now.
Yeah, and every single Corsair, as I've stated, could have been a Templar almost. So got to be careful to not overbuild Corsairs and see like a 6-hatch Hydra switch, because right now there's only 2 Templars. Now I realize there are a lot of Zealots and an Archon, and the Zealots are upgraded, but you know the Hydra count can ramp up very fast, and be very deadly. And Mutas are not going to find the Templars, but there we go. We're going to start mixing in those Hydras.
It's going to be annoying though. There's no protection for the gateways here, so you can kind of just hang out. Oh, okay. Or you can get moving shotted to death here. Here come the Scourge, though, to stop that from happening.
Nice Zealot. Oh my god, I can't even believe he saw that. He's going to save the drone. But at least Dewalt is going to confirm that there's going to be a 4th base going up at top right in just a second. That is so many Hydras. But I think Dewalt has bought enough time. Oh, a shuttle out. It got missed. Oh, he's going to elevator in all of these? Oh, actually, Hawk has done a good job to have vision over there.
All right. Action going on all over the map right now. We have a couple of units rallying to the center of the map, but then having to respond to this drop now, things are going to get a little chaotic for Hawk. Hawk losing units in the middle of the map while he's defending this. Yeah, getting the shuttle would be really nice, though.
We saw this in the Sziky game, the multitask of Dewalt really kicking in. What was decent supply for Hawk a moment ago relative to Dewalt. It's now, again, another 40 supply lead for Dewalt. And the Scourge do get decent.
Good actually. Oh, no, only one goes down.
Yeah, and he did not see the shuttle elevatoring in again. Man, Dewalt really just picking Hawk apart right now. He's elevatoring even more Zealots. It's going to be 12 Zealots in his main in just a second. Meanwhile, the Stairs are still alive and well.
The Spire goes down now, and these Zealots are causing havoc. Not enough Hydras to even fight the Zealots.
Yeah, and if you don't have enough Hydras to fight the Zealots, that means that the Stairs can just rack up kill after kill after kill on isolated Overlords. Good Lurker morphing from Hawk, but it's just so much Protoss. Look at the stream of red moving across the map. He's relentless.
Look at how many
just Zealots
there are.
It's just Zealots, and they're 2-1 also.
Well, the beefy boys coming in, putting in some work. Big group of Hydralisks coming in here, though, and with a couple of Lurkers, should be able to stabilize for a little bit, maybe? Question mark? I don't know. They're just still going, though. And there's still a Zealot in the main.
He has so many. Yeah, he wiped everything. He wiped the Spire, he wiped the pool. And did he keep his Hydrogen alive? Okay, I guess he did since those
it's at the nav.
But Dewalt has done crippling amounts of damage. I mean, all these drones here, they're not mining in the main anymore. And so basically, Hawk is on 2-base mining versus 3-base Protoss, who has like 8 or 10 gate, and it's just pure Zealots.
Dude, that Zealot got upgraded to a Dark Templar. Look at it.
I see. Just how do you not see that?
That's insane.
Okay, we've got the real army of Dewalt coming now. It's a bunch of goons and Templars. The Zealot shows itself and we'll get another Hydra kill, maybe?
Guess he found a cape or something in that Zerg main, man. Just put it on real quick.
Yeah. And behind this, he's taking a 4th base. And actually, I don't think this base will get scouted, because what Protoss would expand here?
Yeah, but also, what would he do even?
Oh, he did scout it. He did scout it. But what are you going to do about this army, Hawk? I guess he does have a decent amount of Hydras and Lurkers, so he may be able to fend off this initial attack. Those are amazing.
This is a big fight here. It looks like the Storms are just too good, though.
Yeah, the Storms are just amazing. He's up 60 supply now, almost doubling Hawk's supply. He's got a 4th base up and running. Never a good sign for you as a Zerg when you're sitting at just 3 bases. Zerg has good upgrades at +2 weapon. The problem is I mean, we just need more stuff right now. We simply cannot engage Protoss' army, and Protoss has been at 2-1 for a while. He may even have +3, +2 kicking in just a second.
Yeah, I mean,
There it is.
that fight at the outside the natural, dude. Hydra's taking lessons from that Zealot because they're figuring out how to disappear in the blink of an eye.
Storm's hitting almost every single lurker, almost every single Hydra. There's just not enough. And the Corsairs are racking up Overlord kills left and right. That's going to be another Overlord kill for Dewalt there. That also opens up potential for DT harassment.
Yeah, luckily for Hawk, though, he's losing his army as fast as he's losing his Overlords, so he won't be supply blocked. So that's, I guess, a positive?
Well, I think we are probably just one solid attack from Dewalt from being out of this game. I mean, he's just got such a huge lead. Zerg is gas-starved. Zerg is very low in terms of supply, just 70 versus 140 of Dewalt. Zerg has restabilized his main. He is starting to take top right, but this is just such a massive uphill battle for him.
Yeah, you never want to be behind on the base count versus a Protoss who's already added Dragoons and complexity in their army.
Well, that was a good trade. He gets a lot of the goons and he gets the Templar, I think, but it's still just 120 to 60. There's just not enough for Hawk here to really push back the army. I mean, he may hold for now, but Zealots, I think, moved to top right, so that's going to be denied base in just a second.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing about Hydras, is that they do so good in these fights for a while, but Hawk is in the I'm stuck on Hydras now. You know what I mean? He doesn't have the gas to just go for a lot of lurkers. He doesn't have the ability to go towards Hive. He just has to use all his money to just keep making those big Hydra armies, so he can keep trading them out against a Protoss who's progressively moving towards things like Reaver, towards things like having 6 High Templars, you know. So while he's trading well, it's just not going to work out in the long run.
Yeah, the Storms there just ate through Hawk's army, and we're probably going to see the GG here. There it is. GG comes out, and that means Dewalt, he's going to take another game on Monopoly, and he is up now 1-0 versus Hawk.
What a machine, dude. This guy just cannot stop winning. But, you know, honestly, I felt like Hawk, there were points that looked really good for him. There, of course, getting that attack at the natural expansion was pretty significant. Even though he defended it, there was a lot of time where he was losing all his drones and stuff because he had to pull them in order to stop the Zealots from being able to do too much damage. I thought the game started out looking really good. You know, the defense of that small timing attack with the 2 Zealots and the Dragoon looked really, really good. But yeah, Dewalt's game plan just looks to be too good. Like, he consistently gets those drops in, he consistently does damage, and he consistently gets his opponent behind.
Yeah, he's just everywhere, man. He draws you out of position. He's always out in the map, always testing your multitask. I thought Hawk had it after he killed all the Scourge. Remember, he killed all the Corsairs. He killed like every Sayer. And he had 5 hatch, 6 hatch. I'm like, okay, well, this is mega eco for Hawk now, but Dewalt just relentless with the pressure and takes game 1. Now we're going to be going into game 2. And it is going to be Vermeer, a 4-player map. So if players are ready, let's get into it. Oh, we're not ready. Okay, we're not ready just yet, but our map is going to be Vermeer. It's a 4-player map. As I've stated previously on cast, I saw a lot of ASL games, and it was a pretty even map. Like, we had really epic games, specifically Rain versus his Zerg opponents. I can't remember who he faced. Soma maybe, Sulky maybe, but really a lot of great PvZ games on Vermeer.
I'm curious to think, though. So in that last game, how do you feel the game would have changed if instead of going for mutas, he went for Hydras? Because I feel like if Hawk had just gone straight to Hydra after he killed all of the Corsairs, I feel like he would have done much better. He's just got such great macro. Like, you always see him with gigantic Hydra armies. It just felt like because he went for the Spire and he went for such a technical defense, and he was so invested into the Scourge as part of his contingency for an army coming in here and just like deleting the air army and then dealing with mutas. I felt like if he had gone for Hydras, we wouldn't have seen such a catastrophic bust at the natural expansion that would have potentially let him kind of stabilize earlier and have a much larger more complex army.
Yeah, it could have been true, but his Scourge did get a lot of value on the Corsairs, so I'm not too sure. I'd have to think about it. But our players are ready now, so let's get into Game 2. It's Vermeer, Hawk versus Dewalt. Okay, in the top left position, our blue Zerg. It is Hawk.
And in the top right, we have our red Protoss, the multitasking machine, Dewalt.
Yeah, well, we'll find out whether that build that he pulled out, the Fastfire, was a map-specific build, or if he will go for it again. And if he does not go into the mutas, well, then I guess you'll have your answer there, whether about Hydras versus mutas. So I kind of do hope to see it again and see if that's something that Hawk thinks, like, if he did that slight change, would it lead to a different outcome? We again are going to see another 11 hatch from, actually a 12 hatch. So he's going to risk it for the biscuit here, Doc Holiday. But unfortunately for him, will that drone get the hatch down in time? It's going to be really close. He barely gets it.
Pew, pew, pew. It happened. But the delay, the 50 mineral delay in the timing of the pool makes a big difference here. Like a huge difference. Because the Lings are just about to get out as the Zealot arrives in this specific scenario. Whereas when you go for the 11 hatch, the Lings are out and ready to deal with the Zealot. So there, we could see some kind of really important development here where the Zealot gets 2-3 drones and really crushes Hawk before he has a chance to get started.
Yeah, if you take a worker from your command center or hatchery and then mine and then wait for it to come back, it actually takes 8 seconds. So basically, 7 to 8 second difference here between the pool timing, and that at this level, sometimes that's all you need. It could be an extra Zealot potentially, or half of a Zealot. Maybe it gets there slightly faster before Lings pop out, and then snowballs the game. So Hawk, unfortunately, not going to get away with murder with the 12 hatch here, but we'll see if he can kind of hold this off. Probe has done already a decent amount of damage to the probe line. Uh-oh.
It is really funny that you mentioned that, though. Like, really at high level StarCraft, the tiny differences like that make such a huge, like, look at how much mining we're missing now. The entire drone line is just dancing around instead of being able to just continue to mine. That was just a ton of damage without actually ever even killing anything.
Yeah, I mean, everything does add up, and we've got actually good control from both players here. Really good control, bugging out the AI of the Zealot and the probe. He ends up eliminating the probe, and he's almost eliminated both of the Zealots. However, that Zealot at the top still has a decent amount of health.
Another Zealot coming in here right now as well.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 Zealots, but he does manage to get a drone kill, and one of those drones is not mining. So this is a lot of big economic damage done to Hawk, but he does hold it. But behind this, I mean, Dewalt's just scaling up his own eco. He's going into his tech, he's going into his fast nexus. He's probably going to put down a cybernetics. Nope, he's going to put down a forge. I thought he might put down the cybernetics and scale into his tech, but not going to risk it.
It's just like anything that these Zealots can do is important here. You forced a bunch of extra links, so those are drones you're not going to have. You've forced, drones to dance around the mineral line, even after the initial Zerglings pop. Hawk still has to pull those drones around so they don't die. We get 1 Zergling into the main. That's pretty important. It's nice to be able to get that scouting information to see what the plan is. Unfortunately, though, it looks like the Zergling might die before it gets to see what the cyber tech is.
Yeah, and the Ling is so low health that a probe can take it out, and Dewalt, he is just moving his Zealots into position to hold a potential Ling counterattack, which we know is coming. There's about 8 Lings sitting outside. Hawk's going to be just a little bit annoying here, but it's going to be hard to get any damage done. Just going to soften up this gateway a little bit, and behind this, just macro. Now, he did put down a Hydrogen. Yep, there it is. So he is going to transition this into a potential bust.
This could be dangerous. As we saw, the Cybercore took a little while to come up here, and Hydras may be able to get masked and push over here before the Corsair. I don't know. Maybe the Corsair timing is going to be good. I cannot tell from here.
Yeah, I think that the Sair is going to be moving out like right when the Hydras are going to start, start to really build up in mass, and it may be too late for Dewalt to get down cannons in time. But a lot of times when you're in the dark like this, Protoss will put down a secondary cannon or make a move out like this, try and get a gauge on what's going on. It's 5 Zealots. I mean, this is a lot of firepower here, big threat, and Hawk is just going to counterattack. Those probes are not in position.
Oh, okay. This is if these get into the main and start doing damage. I think you just leave these guys alone and run in the main.
Well, there's 5 Zealots going for a counterattack here. These 3-lings are not attacking. Hawk, you need to get in that mineral line while you're getting attacked to try and make the game wild. A drone drill could be fantastic here. Try and bug out the AI. He does, kind of.
This is really major, though. All of the larvae that were supposed to be making Hydros now have been used to create Zerglings instead. So this is going to buy potentially a lot of time. However, the Hydra Den does not get scouted as all of the Zealots get choked up in the natural expansion. But again, the Corsair is going to get out here and scout this now. And Dewalt's going to have a significant informational advantage coming from where he could potentially just been busted right away.
Yep, Sarah's going to finally get in here and see what's going on, and he's going to see that, okay, you're going for a 3-hatch Hydra play. He's going to have to scramble to get up multiple cannons because Hydras are out on the map now. Cannot afford to lose Overlords, though. Definitely don't want to get blocked while making a move like this. There's only 2 Hydras actually across the map, so really not much of a threat to actually bust. And this looks like it's going to be just a poke with the Hydras, and then probably drones behind it.
Yeah, we do already see the 4th hatchery. Should be seeing a 5th coming up here eventually at the 3rd as well. Yeah, I just feel like, if you just keep making Hydras from here, it's kind of an empty investment. You can probably pick off like a building or 2 at the front, but there's already been a good enough amount of cannons where if you just switch to droning, you're pretty happy here as a Zerg.
Yeah, I think he is just going to drone. He's going to get the gateway, maybe able to get the forge. I did notice that this time around the forge continued to spin, and it does complete +1. And that Zealot already has speed, so if Dewalt has a gateway count in his main, he could go for a counterattack pretty soon, and he does. He's going into a 6-gate follow-up.
This is a lot of cannons to be making at the front, though.
Yeah, he's built like 7 cannons, 8 cannons. That is a big investment. The Corsairs do continue to see Hydras being pumped out, but I think Hawk is mixing in some drones at his 3rd base. I could be wrong, though, because actually that is a Hydra that came out of that 3rd base. Oh, he's going to bust! I can't believe it. That is a lot of Hydras, but there's so many cannons here. I don't think this can really work, but Hydras are a lot stronger than I underestimate them quite a bit, but this time around, cannon's a little bit too strong there. There are 8 of them.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. All of these cannons really, really dig in to the timing for Dewalt, right? Like, when you get this many gateways and you're really trying to put on some pressure with your +1 and your Zealot speed and everything like that, making that many cannons makes it really difficult to get anything done. So we're going to be, I think, just seeing Dewalt hang out for quite a long time while he waits for things like Storm, because there's no way to really put. I don't think you can have a successful Zealot attack after that.
We'll see if he can make some magic happen with these Zealots. He's got 6 gates, remember, so this Zealot count is really high already. He's at 11. Meanwhile, Hawk is having to balance his drone count and Hydra count. And here he comes. This is so many Zealots. Zealots will easily win this fight. And now Hawk is in trouble because he's got to manage drones and Hydras. Okay, that's a really good engagement for Hawk. He doesn't have +1, but he's still doing very well versus
Micro
these
spectacular. That was really needed too, because the Sim City right now is really lacking at both the 3rd and the natural expansion. So there wasn't a really great place to kind of like do that thing where you just choke up all the Zealots and they don't ever get any surface areas on the Hydra.
Well, during that moment, a moment where the Overlord moved out of position, Dewalt snuck out 2 Zealots, and Hawk missed them. Oh, he just barely saw it. No, he didn't! He did not see... Oh, he did see it with the trailing vision of the Hydra, so those Zealots will not get any damage done. That was critical for Hawk right there. He did not want to take any damage to his third base, so nicely done. He will fend that off, but here comes a Zealot Templar attack straight through the center.
It seems really risky to me. With only 2 Templar that are basically just fresh spawned, like, the storms are going to have to be spectacular. Of course, you can run the Zealots away, but they are going to take a significant amount of damage from the Hydras. I love the 2 Zealots coming in here during all this, though. Oh, but there's a Hydra group in the back!
Yeah, really good counterattack from Hawk, but that's a fantastic storm, and I think this is it. There's just so many Zealots here, and these 2 Zealots drew a lot of the attention away from Hawk. Look, the Zealots are still alive, and that leaves an open natural if Dewalt wants to go for it. I mean, he can go for the third base. Doesn't really matter where he attacks, but he needs to attack in sync. He's got a couple of Zealots off towards the top side, not synced up with the rest of his army. Oh my god!
Storm, though. Honestly, I thought this was looking okay for Hawk after the initial pull there of the drones from the third. But now with that storm just massacring all the forces here at the natural expansion.
Archon Morph, I think it might actually complete. There's still a decent amount of Zealots left over. The Archon is soaking up so many hits.
Yeah,
Zealot,
look at the supply too.
Yeah, it's done. It's 85 to 40. Archon ends up completing. He's going to knock down maybe an additional 2 or so Hydras. And look, it's just nonstop red. This is what Dewalt does better than any other Protoss in the foreign scene. He consistently reinforces his army, and that's it. It's going to be 80 to 35 supply. GG. Hawk, he falls to Dewalt.
Wow. Hawk put up, really good games there, but just... Dewalt's just built different, man. He's on another level. I don't think that there was a point here where Hawk made any particularly critical mistakes. Everything looked like it was just solid game, solid game plan versus solid game plan, but Dewalt is just too good, man.
Yeah, Dewalt just ran him over. And I'm thinking back to the EU Championship Series. We saw Dewalt beat Sziky 3-0. Dewalt beat Sziky again today, 2-0. And now he just beat Hawk 2-0. Is there a Zerg that can actually beat Dewalt right now? It doesn't seem like it. He's just straight up out-muscling you, out-microing you. He's strategically outplaying you, like the move out with the 2 Zealots that we saw when the Overlord was just barely out of vision. Everything looks really clean from Dewalt. And... people in the next round got to be very worried. Whoever comes out in second place in their group to face Dewalt is not going to be happy.
Yeah, it's just... It feels so wrong, okay? I just have to say it. Zerg is not supposed to lose to Protoss, alright? If you ask, like, my good friend G5, there's literally no hope for Protoss in this matchup. But somehow, Dewalt is so good that he's turning the matchup on his head. Our absolute best foreigner Zergs are getting squashed in a very normal fashion. They're not losing to goofy, gimmicky builds. Dewalt is just killing them with superior play. And so, how do you hedge against that? You can't.
Yeah, I don't know. He just looks really strong right now. But that means he's going to be our first player moving on into the round of 12 in first place. I think we're going to go into a break, and then we'll come back with our final series of the day, which is going to be Sziky versus Hawk. That should be an epic ZVC. We are going into our final series of the day. This is going to be a really good ZVZ. It's going to be Sziky versus Hawk. We saw Sziky and Hawk both take down Ptak, so both of them have shown good ZVZ today. But you think anybody can actually stand up to Ziky's micro, man?
No.
I don't either.
I just don't think so. I don't want to be a big doomer about it, but it's just like any other matchup. Maybe you give the other guy a shot, but ZVZ, it's just not fair. He was like built for this. Like I feel like it was like there was like a government lab somewhere, and they're like, we're putting together the best ZVZ player in the world. They have like candidates from all over, and they're combining genes. And after all that, there's like Sziky in like a test tube, like just a little baby, and they're like, we've made it. He's the perfect ZVZ weapon. There's no stopping this man. So I mean, who? Tell me who? Who's gonna do that?
With Eon Zerg True Touch not in the tournament, it's really hard to say like anybody can ever compete with Sziky in ZVZ in particular. I do have to point out though, we did see similar build order openers from Hawk and Sziky when they both played versus Ptak. So it could get interesting if we do have mirrored builds. How will somebody deviate? Will somebody try and branch off like two lings? Will anybody be able to sneak in and snipe some drones? Something to pay attention to. Our first map is going to be Vermeer, so let's get into our losers final match between Hawk and Sziky. Okay, in the top left, our NA rep, it is Hawk.
Alright, and in the bottom left as the loser, we have Sziky.
Well, we do see both players. Oh, actually, I thought Sziky was scouting horizontally, but he's not. He is going to go for the, gonna get lucky and get the first scout versus Hawk. So this is going to be a fantastic position for Sziky, and Hawk's unfortunately going to be in the dark for a very long time.
Yeah, this is, and you know what's funny too is that even to this day, like there's a thread on Team Liquid right now talking about fixing ZVZ, and this is like the biggest thing. Like the one thing that really makes ZVZ super hard is when you get first scout on your opponent and your opponent doesn't get first scout on you. It's like it's so big, man. Because they get to watch exactly what you're doing. They can adapt their strategy to exactly what your game plan is, and they're in the meantime, you know, you're just stuck. You're like, okay, well, I just have to guess at this point and hope that I'm not getting super hard countered right now.
Yeah, and you know, every single drone is a big deal. So if you can mix in even just one drone, it adds up. As I stated, one pull of minerals is 8 seconds. So if you think about it, you know, 8 times 8, basically 60 seconds, you could get, you know, what, 60 additional minerals? I mean, that's extra ling. If it goes for 2 minutes where you have an additional drone, you've got an extra muta as long as you have the gas. I mean, it's a huge deal. Now we've got, I think, the exact same build from both players. So Sziky is going to have really, really big advantage here because he's going to see the nat timing and know that they are mirrored builds.
Oh man, do you really want to go up against Sziky with the same build though?
Well, I mean, I personally don't, but you know, maybe. I mean, Hawk played a solid game versus Ptak. Maybe if you can draw units out of position somewhere, like what Dewalt did versus Hawk a moment ago, maybe you can have a favorable engagement and, I don't know, swing it in your favor. We see literally the exact same. Look at this. The minerals are almost identical. Gas is basically identical, but the one difference, as we stated, is simply the Overlord having the intel.
I don't know, maybe Hawk can like go over to Sziky's channel and like flashbang him with some channel points or something real quick. You know, get him to slip up.
Yeah. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. Okay, he loses 1 ling, and he only saw 4 lings. So if I'm Hawk here, what am I thinking? Did this guy build an additional drone? I mean, he might have. Or he could be banking lings. You have no idea what the opponent is doing because you just don't have any information right now. He also doesn't know if those are just 4 lings because they've done the same build, or they're like 6 lings hidden out on the map. Now he's finally going to come in here and see that the hatchery did just now complete, so he's going to know that, okay, we did do the exact same opener.
It's just so brutal. Like, it's just so hard to play ZVZ perfectly. Like, whoa.
Well, we've got a big attack coming from Hawk. Both players have speed kicking in, but there's really not an opening for either side to make something happen. I think actually Sziky has slightly more lings right now, 12 versus 11.
Yeah, it looks like it.
You can see that Hawk is worried that maybe a couple branched off, so that's why he's leaving 4 back at his main, because he definitely does not want to get counterattacked. Spire coming in for Sziky. He still only has 2 on gas. Okay, now puts a 3rd back onto gas, and Hawk doing the exact same. Both these players must watch the same VODs, because look at this. Same minerals, same mineral count. Only difference here is, I guess, Hawk tried to mix in a drone, and instead Sziky built a ton of lings, and that's going to be a sunken for Hawk. But can he hold this? This is a ton of lings right now.
The sunken has got to get up, and the thing about this sunken placement is it's kind of screwing Hawk's ability to defend this with a good concave. What a sick drone drill, but even still, it's so close. All the lings are down now.
Yeah, and he can just run into the main, and guess what's not in the main, Doc Holiday? There's no sunken there. You know what is in the main? Drones and Spire. So Sziky snipes a drone, he's gonna snipe a second drone, and he's gonna kill all the lings too.
I feel like I'm hearing Beauty and the Beast music, dude. This is a tale as old as time. Sziky gets units into the main. How does this happen every game?
Yeah, and he killed, what, like 4 drones? Hawk's eco is crippled now. He's even pulled completely off of gas. So, I guess Hawk's going to have to have some type of miracle counterattack with his lings. Have to have a favorable engagement with his mutas, which we know is impossible. And Sziky realizes that a counterattack is likely, so he's just going to give up his natural, because he knows if he holds it, or give up his natural mining, because as long as he holds his main, he's primed to take this game. Scourge coming out. We talked about this. Scourge don't connect versus Sziky, so this is the Hail Mary from Hawk. Can he make it happen? Oh! 4 connected, but only killed 1 Mutalisk.
I mean, that's 4 more than anyone has ever connected before.
There we go. I don't expect any of these to connect. Oh, they bugged out.
This needs to, this needs to be on the wiki, man. Today it's like, and finally, on June 25th of 2022, Sziky got hit by a Scourge. Like, this is momentous.
Yeah, he can bleed. He can be struck down. But he's still going to win the game, man. He's doubling supply. He's got 5 mutas versus like 5 Scourge, 6 Scourge. He's got more lings than Hawk right now. Hawk is supply blocked. He can't even build anything. Well, I guess Sziky's just consolidating his army. He knows he has a massive lead, doesn't want to throw it. So I don't blame him for that. But he could potentially just walk across the map with these 6 mutas and kill did he just kill a drone? No, he must have killed a link.
Hawk can count on one hand the amount of drones that he has left on minerals. This is, I mean, this is just the, okay, I might as well just make my Scourge real quick. But even if you kill all the mutas here, that's still not a win.
Yeah, he's got to get counter damage done. It can't just be surviving, because okay, that's a lot of mutas. Now let's see if anything, somehow that muta doesn't even get connected on. Okay, he lost 1 muta. He lost 2. He lost 3. Oh, he lost 2.5. He got hit by 1 additional Scourge. Okay.
Yeah, Sziky in the meantime just casually playing at 400 APM.
Okay, more Scourge than I expected connected, but doesn't matter because Lings just ransack the natural. 1 muta pops out, it dies, and there it is, GG. And Sziky, he's 1 game away for making it out in 2nd place.
Well, that was something I thought I'd never see. really quite significant trade versus Zyky's Mutas with the Scourge. I mean, you know, if the game was more even, that could have actually been quite a well-executed defense, but unfortunately, you know, there's a bazillion Zerglings on the ground still, so even if every Muta died, you still lose.
Yeah, like you said, if it didn't deal crippling amounts of damage and he had connections like that, maybe Hawk could have won. But if I was Hawk there, I'd be feeling like, well, I can't get away with even one additional drone. That's literally all he was doing. He built 2 drones, morphed one into a sunken, so he's just trying to get away with one. He just can't do it. Sziky, he had the intel. He's like, no, sir, that's not allowed on my watch, and he strikes right at the most vulnerable moment.
Yeah, I mean, even the drone drill is like he covered the whole front of the sunken with the drones, and like all the links are forced off, but even still, didn't matter. It's just too much.
Yeah. So Hawk's gonna have to be a little bit more careful, and hopefully he can get luck on his side where he can get the first scout off. But we always theorize what maps the players are thinking about. 4-player map didn't work out for Hawk. I don't think he necessarily played poorly. I wouldn't mind seeing Gladiator come out. Like, just don't build that additional drone. Try and see if you can stand up to him just building wings for defense. But he may feel like, okay, maybe I need to go into something different. Maybe just 2-player map. Because then at least you're going to scout him first, right? You're going to have, both of you are going to have intel.
Yeah, hopefully, that's actually a really, really fair point. Because it just makes such a huge difference. You saw they were neck and neck build order wise. The early mechanics are just it's just perfection. Like, you know, they're hitting all of their builds perfectly, like you would expect some of people who play it this high up. So maybe you're right. Maybe you get rid of that early game variance and try to play a fair game just with you know, equal scouting information. But even then, it's so hard because you can't pick a map it's where you have an advantage, you know, versus a strong player like Sziky, where you certainly are the underdog. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, Hawk has decided that he does want to go on Overwatch. Let's get into game 2. See if Hawk can bring it back 1-1. Okay, in the top left, our red Zerg, it's Sziky.
And in the bottom right, we have our blue Zerg, Hawk.
Yeah, it was actually insane how identical the builds were going into the big wing attack. I mean, even the mineral income was the same. The gas income was the same. They both put back onto gas at the same time. It was just unreal. So both players are clearly playing at the most, clearly optimizing their build as much as they can. And we do have another Overlord opener from both players. We'll see if anybody wants to go into a fast hatch, or will they consistently just stick with the pool. Looks like we may actually finally have somebody going for hatch first. Oh, pool first from Hawk. What about Sziky? Of course, Doc Holly. It's going to be pool first from both of them. It's going to be a 12 pool, though.
Well, I mean, do you really go hatch? Like, I feel like there's no way that you go hatch. Like, if someone was gonna go hatch first in the matchup, like if we just had an unlimited best of like 69 or whatever, I think you'd see it from Hawk every once in a while. But when you're down 1 game, you're fighting for your tournament life right now. You're going against one of the deadliest early game Zergs that exists. You know, you don't go hatch first. So this was the way it was always gonna be. But that being said, I still think playing the same build as Sziky is giving Sziky a lot of ammo versus you.
Yeah, especially when Sziky has shown he's going pool first every game. If you run into 9 pool, you're in big time trouble. So I think it was a wise move to not go for the hatch first. We do see hatch timing identical. Both players building lings, I'm assuming. Is anybody going to go for speed versus lair? Hawk just spent his 100 gas, and so did Sziky, and that both went into speed.
I have so here's my question for you: is I feel like one thing that NA really does lack is big risk taking, right? Like if I'm in this situation, and again I'm terrible at this game, so don't get me wrong. I'm not like, this is not a count against Hawk at all. but I put it all on black and I just go hatch first and I try to get something, right? Like you take the big risk to minimize the risk of having to play an even game with Sziky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like we were saying with Ptak, I felt like that's what he needed to do, but at the same time, the guy was opening pool first every game, right? So high risk, high reward. This time around, it would have paid off. He would have had the 12 hatch versus 12 pool, which is the dream scenario, but didn't get lucky or didn't have luck on his side. Now this time around, did Sziky sneak out a couple drones? Because I see 10 lings for Hawk, but only 6 on the bridge for Sziky. Maybe he didn't sneak out a drone.
There are 4 lings at the natural expansion, kind of playing Sentinel to keep any other run-bys coming across. Yeah, so it looks like Sziky is now sending the brunt of his army here. And, you know, if Hawk tries to create that constantly keep a arc at the bridge, the lings from Sziky might be able to run behind them and get up into the main.
Yeah, he's going to just try and flank this because he knows that some lings are on hold position at the ramp, and those lings from Sziky got the first hits off. So, he gets a drone, and now he can leave. Does not want to take this fight. He loses 2 lings in the process, though. Hawk not able to capitalize on a couple of those straggler lings, but getting that 1 drone is a big deal for Sziky.
Supply is still essentially even, though, which is just... It just doesn't stop. These guys are so close.
Oh, well, I actually think this might be an overstep from Sziky. If Hawk was to branch off...
Oh my god, he kills the Spire, though!
Cancel! Okay,
cancels it.
He cancels at the last
massive.
second. Yeah, that's a huge win for Sziky. And Hawk is not counterattacking. So Hawk is in big-time trouble now. He's going to be obligated to go into Evolution Chamber at some point. And behind this, Sziky's aware of that. So he's putting down a Sunken Colony. He's actually pulling off of gas for some reason.
Yeah, I think he's being a little oh my god, is it gonna get a drone?
Oh, it is gonna get a drone! My gosh, my heart hurts. But that is so much blue streaming across the map. It is supply lead for Hawk right now. Also, Sziky was supply blocked at this moment. Can he have the engagement that Sziky had last game? Here he comes.
Oh my god, it all comes down to this moment. Tons of lings getting choked up here in the natural expansion, though. Very ineffective as far as the surface area goes. But here we go. The Sunken is now down, and Sziky wins the ling fight at the natural expansion. And all of a sudden, Hawk is in a horrible position.
Yeah, he won that easily, too. Supplies are still even, though. But Sziky's mutas are out. However, because Sziky pulled off of gas, if this Spire completes, look how much gas Hawk has in comparison to Sziky. If he can get up his mutas, he will have more mutas. But will that happen? We don't know, because lings are going to start flooding across the map for Sziky. He's picking off the first Overlord of Hawk. Hawk has additional supply available, so he's not going to get blocked right now.
Oh man, this is so close. I feel like... And this is almost considered sacrilegious. But I feel like if he doesn't go for that Overlord, he gets like 2 or 3 drones before the Scourge and the mutas come out. And it might have changed the game. Oh my god!
Oh, and that was the dream connection. You get a connection onto both of the mutas, so they are like 2 shottable right now. Actually, there's a muta lead for Hawk right now, plus Scourge lead. So there is a moment of vulnerability for Sziky right now.
Does he do it? Does he do it for America?
Well, he doesn't know that Sziky pulled off of gas. He doesn't know any of that. He just thinks that he's in a bad position right now, but he's actually in quite an even position. In fact, he's mining gas faster at his natural than Sziky is.
Is Hawk channeling the Kratos energy? Is he going to be able to kill this ZVZ god? This is the closest and most vulnerable I think I've ever seen Sziky.
Yeah, this is literally a dead even game. I think actually there's 1 drone advantage for Hawk. He's got, I think, 7 in the main and just 6 in the main for Sziky. So, longer the game goes, and with the additional gas from Hawk that he got from never pulling off of gas in his main, he's actually going to have muta lead the entire game. Here we go, though. Big ling attack and big muta attack coming at the same time. Into the main of Hawk is Sziky.
I love
look
this.
at the Ling draws it out of position.
Here we go. And this will be a significant supply block.
He's got to defend both. He can't defend both. Oh my god, I can't believe Sziky didn't commit to the main while Lings were harassing the natural, but that did get him an Overlord, so that's nicely done.
But yeah, even still, I do feel like he could have gotten a good number of drones there. Question is, though, would he have lost his entire air fleet? Not sure. But Hawk is just looking menacing with a huge number of Scourge on the field here. Is he going to continue to get these connects? Hawk seems to be doing miracles every time that we see these Scourge on the field. He's hit so many Mutalisks.
Yeah, and he's got, 150 gas lead, maybe even more. It's okay, that is a ton of Mutalisks for Sziky versus just 9 for Hawk. This could be the fight of the game. Here
One
we go.
wing distraction every time is just... That's got to be infuriating.
Okay, that was a good trade for both. Oh, he lost drones! And into the main. He's going to try and snipe another Overlord. He did get the Overlord, I think. But he does lose all of his Lings.
So, how is Hawk maintaining a supply lead through all of this?
I don't know, man. He's just got so many mutas, I guess. But it feels like Sziky has even amount of mutas. Okay, that's a lot of Scourge, actually. But Sziky also has a lot of Scourge. Both players, 50 supply to 49. Actually, with the Ling win, or the Ling save at the natural, actually Hawk has more Lings right now. So if he goes for a counterattack during a big fight, he may deal crippling amounts of damage.
Yeah, he's got a whole battalion of Scourge on the way right now.
Oh, here we go. This is going to be the big fight. The Lings scouted out where the mutas were. He doesn't have Lings for a counterattack or for an attack during all this, but damn, that's a ton of Scourge coming in. This is it. Oh, good control from both players, but Scourge connect for Sziky. Can any connect for Hawk? It's so hard to control mass Scourge like this. Looks like just a couple connected. Is it enough, though? How many mutas?
Oh my god.
Definitely not enough for Hawk.
What just happened?
I have no idea. Brutalized.
Did I miss? Was there a Devour in there or something? All of the mutas just disappeared.
Yeah, I thought the muta count was quite even. But clearly it was not, or something happened, because all of Hawk's mutas just wiped out in an instant. And that means
Sicky's got his mutas on that HGH, man. I don't know what the heck that was.
What were you talking about? Gamer inhalant? You think you'd inhale some gamer inhalant before that?
Yeah, he's sniffing on the gamer inhalant on Amazon. It's called Get Good. It's just tubes.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's like tubes of amphetamines or something like that. Sziky must be just got one in each nostril. You know, like when you got a bloody nose and you shove like a tissue in there? He's just got one of each nostril there. He's just super powered. He's like Bane, man.
Oh, it's true, man. He crushed it in all the ZVZs. I mean, Dewalt was a menace in all the PVZs he played today, but as far as Zerg versus Zerg, he's got every Zerg's number. There's literally no Zerg that has stood up to him. This was the closest one by far. Like, supplies were even, build orders were even, but you can see he's always the one with the initiative. He's always the one that draws you out of position. You cannot just be always on the defensive as Zerg.
It's just upsetting what happened in this game. Like, it was so even. I would have even said that Hawk was ahead, right? And you're like, oh, is someone gonna do it? Is someone gonna take a game off Sziky? And you're like, oh my god, this fight looks so good. There's tons of Scourge now. You know, there's a great muta count here for Hawk. But no, it just ends like it's as if Sziky had twice the mutas or something. Like, I don't even know what happened. I'm gonna have to go frame by frame in that last fight to figure out how Sziky was able to just absolutely dismantle that army from Hawk.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd also have to rewatch the replay. It looked like Hawk had one control group of mutas and Sziky had one control group plus 4 and less Scourge. And one of the things with Scourge is it's hard to split them up, right?
Yeah,
you see a lot of times you see like 4 or 5 Scourge connect onto one muta. So that could have been the difference maker, but this is all speculation. But regardless, we had amazing games today. Dewalt makes it into the round of 12 in the top side. So does Sziky. Hawk not out of it, because remember, top 3 from each group make it into the round of 12. However, Hawk's going to be in the bottom side in the loser's bracket, which means it's going to be very hard for him to make it through. But he is a very strong player. He has the capability to do it. Is it best of one in the losers bracket, Zero? Oh, it's still best of one in the losers bracket in round 1. So it's going to be really hard, especially in best of 1 scenarios. But that's it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We, of course, want to thank our Patreon supporters and our main supporter, Optimont, for sponsoring the BSL. As far as Patreon supporters at the $100 level, we have Star Lubber, $50 level, Anthony Chen, Martin Harsmar, Striker, and Zero Sum. $30 level, Robert Groot, Flazardo86, Cuz, and Tupacalypse. And $20 level, Nicholas Schuler, Christian Eddington, LML, Liam Pump, Niantic, and Quark. And of course, all you other Patreon supporters, thank you for supporting the BSL. And remember, $10 support or above through Patreon means that you get all the replays of BSL. So definitely consider supporting the BSL through the Patreon. And that's it, Doc Holly. You got any final words before we get sent off?
No.
No.
No, I just thanks for everybody for showing up. I really hope you guys all enjoyed all the games and all that. And I look forward to seeing more BSL. So please, continue to support BSL, and we'll see you guys next time.
Yep, I concur. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. So we'll see you there. Bye-bye.